Hey, Vivian. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Just setting up some things here. How's your day been? I forgot to do my usual tech prep before my stream, so I'm having to rush those real quick. Let's see. Your day's not been great? All chores, and now you're resting in bed with Chihiro? At least there's Chihiro again. Hi, Lethias. Though they're beautiful human beings. It's good to see you, Lethias. Oh, how's your day been so far? Hey, cat. Welcome in. Had a good cry? Matthias, I hate my voice so much, but it's like a way to maybe get over it. Wait a minute. Matthias, I had a cool idea for a video, so went out to film. Now you're editing, and maybe for the first time ever, I'll include my voice in it. I'm glad to hear it. It's especially in editing, because you have to hear your voice over again. It can be sort of rough, but just hang in there, and you might not ever stop disliking hearing your voiceover while you edit. For me, it's become fairly tolerable, but yeah, I hope that it goes well for you. So that's exciting. That's super exciting. It's when you do, shoot a DM my way. Are you in the Discord? So I know we have a looky what I made channel in there. Definitely would like to see it when you put it out. Cat, pulling yourself back together after the sob fest. Holy shit. For context, Word was just playing the DLC to Outer Wilds, which Outer Wilds is kind of like Okami, in that there's a portion there where it's hard to not cry. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous game. And as your resident bard, I do have to tell you that the music is also gorgeous and very, very well done. And also plucks at my heartstrings too, because cello. Speaking of cello, a little bit in our own as well. If you choose to stream it, there's a large group of us that will watch. I'm going to have to give it another few months at least to properly forget everything. Because I remember a good part of the base game. Vivian, to be honest, I stopped naming videos largely because I don't like to hear my own voice. Yeah. Are you alright? Oh, yeah. Cat. Oh, Cat. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually just over there and then realized, oh no, it's time to start stream. You like making videos about your city, and we have like hundreds of islands, so now I started kind of making walking videos but mixed with some random facts. Ooh. That sounds really fun. Oh, that little oboe that does the answer and the call and answer is so nice. Okay, let me tell Discord that I've actually gone live here because I've dawdled. I have dawdled quite badly. Let's see. There's the streams going live channel. There we go. So it's been so nice being in other channels and watching other people use my emotes. It's, like I didn't make them, right? And like they're not even custom made. I wish they were, but they aren't. Hi Vilafar, welcome. But yeah, there's something special about people looking at the emotes that you've chosen and saying, yeah, I like these. These are nice. Let's see. A couple more discards that I have to throw some stuff in. Yes, and that, and that. Okay. That is all good to go. Oh, is there something in the spam channel today? Let me catch up with the chat here real quick. You choose to, oh, you meant Vivian. Oh, yeah. Oh, hi Vicky. Hello. Ro, welcome. Welcome in. How's your day been so far? Work for 2 more hours? Well, hopefully my reading won't put you to sleep while you're sitting upright. the very least, I can't magically put people to sleep, so, you know. If you're on the YouTube side, click the little likey button. If you can, share it around to people. You're lame and you ended up using it as the first attempt to finish an animation project. Oh, the documentary about something local to you. Ended up trying to make something about Valve. Ah, because they're local, yeah. I'm obsessed with games. And oh, you didn't end up finishing the whole animation on time? Oh, because it was just you. Gods. Hi, Haru. Welcome in. How's your day been? Let's hope it's been going well so far. And you learned some valuable lessons and put that info into your future animations. Ah, lessons learned. That's always good. Hello, hello, Holly. Welcome in. Are you up early or late? Or is your whole sleep schedule doing a handstand? Holly, always late? That's generally what I assume too. It's been good. Didn't get hit by hurricanes. That's good. That is good. I remember you making a post about being rather anxious about that. I didn't realize that hurricanes, typhoons. Is it hurricanes on that end? Because I know in East and Southeast Asia, it's always typhoons. Oh, you woke up at holy 5. Wait, if you woke up at 05, you're 23 hours-ish of awake time? That is quite a while. Now let's see. Have I done everything I need to? My checklist is much less definite when it comes to these streams, so I'm still not quite sure. You're 5 p. Oh, you woke up at 17. Oh, okay. I saw 5. Went, okay, 5. No, 17. Okay, 11 hours. That's not too bad. That's, yeah. Not 23 hours awake, for one. Okay. Let's see. Vicky, water, meds, rosin. Wait, no rosin. Do I have to put rosin on my fingers? Or do I have to lick it since I'm, and like rub it on my lips since we're doing talkie-talkie? And Holly, probably gonna all-nighter again. Well, just get sleep when you can. I know you have a really hard time falling asleep, so I do get worried from time to time. No, I stop worrying from time to time. There we go. Mostly worried. Cat, yuck. Yeah, it's rosin on the lips and tongue would be... Oh, yeah. I seem to remember tasting it once in my childhood. I'm not going to lick it again, just to confirm. I seem to remember it being rather bitter. But very much a would be zipper mouthed if I did that. So let me put a little bit of lip balm on so that, as it turns out, reading does cause my lips to get a little dry. And also, lip balm allows me to do much better. Does look like a yummy hard candy. Yeah. If they didn't want us licking it, why does it look like tangerine flavored? Or like Japanese melon candy? No, that's usually green. Cantaloupe? Cantaloupe. That has an orange interior. If you were a kid, you once ate dog food and said it tasted cheesy because you couldn't differentiate between cheesy and salty yet. Oh dear, oh dear. Maple candy. It does look kind of like yummy hard candy. Yes, it does. There's... Oh, especially the darker one, because I have the bright orange rosin, which is a light rosin, and then I have the dark green rosin, which... dark rosin, but it absolutely does sort of... Oz, hello, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you again. That's 2 streams in a row. Oh, lurk? Is that your lurk emote? No, just the hidden emote. Well, let's see here. It do be 4 a.m., so I use it to lurk. Ah. Whew, midnight. Yeah, I would have to start, what, at least like 8 hours ago for it to be a reasonable time over in that part of the world. I did think about it today. I was actually thinking of doing potentially 2, if it was just reading streams, I could potentially do 2 streams in one day. One for midnight over in like Western Europe to some degree, maybe slightly east, and then another one for the Americas. New background is so good. Wait, is this the first time you're seeing it, Haru? Oh, I'm glad you like it. I figured this one in particular would fit the vibe of especially the reading streams, but really most of the streams, especially with the way I'm dressed, right? Hey, Tabby, when will you do a gaming stream where you play something really weird, like something very strange? I could always do Antichamber. Let's see. That is... There we go. That tab is doing that. Oh, right. I need to do one more thing in YouTube Studio. Frog Fractions. Vivian, weirder than Antichamber? Game of the Decade edition? Hi, No Talent. Welcome, welcome. And there we go. Vivian... Oh, how do frog fractions? Frog fractions? What is frog fractions? Frog fractions is amazing. That... What? I don't know if I've ever heard of frog fractions before. Or maybe I have heard it from Vivi at some point and forgot. Starts out as like a coolmathgames.com type thing. I don't know what coolmathgames.com is. Evolves? That does sound rather curious. Maybe you feel like you've talked about it before? Yeah, I kind of get that feeling too. Oh, fractions practice for kids, but then it goes places. How's your day been so far, by the way, no talent? Bells? Give me a scooch. Thank you. I don't have room up here in front of me. I'm sorry. I can give you scritchies, though. There you go. Scritch, scritch. Sorry, chat. You're hidden behind Balbs for the time being. So you're going to have to type a bunch more to make sure that it goes above Balbs' back. It's alright. It's a beautiful game. Really? I miss living in a world where anything could be frog fractions too? What? Vivian, you ended your marriage and it ended your marriage and then made me get remarried. And then you woke up and realized the crash wasn't my fault. What? Bounce. Okay. You can either be in my lap or you can be back there, okay? But you can't be between me and the keyboard. I need that space. Understand? As he purrs up a storm. And also, I need you over my right arm. Oh, oops, there you go. There you go. Unfortunately, my left elbow, or the muscle on my left forearm, right around the elbow, is not happy today. So I can't have him just draped over my left arm. As much as I do like that a little more, having him draped over my mouse arm, my right arm, is usually far more inconvenient than my left. Oh no. Bounce. Okay, there we go. He was sitting on my ponytail because I had it over my shoulder. Vivian, it's a game where you're a demo driver, but your limo is constantly rotating. And it has F-valves. Balbs pushed the mic away from me. It's like, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. And it has FMV cutscenes that look like 70s B music. Or B movie. 70s B movie. Cat, you just downloaded Frog Fractions. Oh no. There's a skeleton. That's good to know. Oh, Roundabout. Okay, what about Roundabout? It's a game where you're a limo driver, but your limo is constantly rotating and has the FMV scenes. Okay, that look like 70s B movie. And there's a skeleton. Tell me how it goes, Cat. 'Cause I'm genuinely interested. Maybe not in playing it myself, but at least in finding out what it's like. Oh, and I guess I need to... Let's see. If I can go to Twitch, I can pin... go, and then let me pin that. There we go. Manually unpinned or end of stream. And there we go. Oh, and then I can... Okay, hide for myself, and then it'll auto unpin at the end. Perfect. Maybe you'll buy a roundabout on PC so that you can see it. Oh, so that I can see it? You finish it on PS4. Huh. Although don't put it too high prio. I know you've got other games that you'd want to get. Alright, so before anybody gets too sleepy, do you have any requests for anything you'd like to hear in my voice? Because today, I think mostly I have Elder Scrolls lined up. And I can get a few more. But if anybody has any requests, I am always up for reading new and interesting things. Especially if it's cozy. 'Cause there's a lot of, honestly, a war and strife and horror in the Elder Scrolls stuff. I try to weed out the worst of it, but how about They're Made Out of Meat by Terry Bisson? Oh, this feels very interesting. Oh, yes. That looks very fun. Mm-hmm. Okay, then let me get that. Are there any other requests? Vivian, it doesn't help that most of the books I read are non-fiction. Yeah. A lot of non-fiction tends not to be comfy, tends to, at the very least remind me too much of our world, which is, oof. Whereas a lot of at the very least, even if there's things like war in the Elder Scrolls books, it is a fantasy world. Vivian, it's not even like I can go, what about visual novels I've experienced? Because those aren't comforting either for the most part. Yeah, there are a lot of visual novels about fairly poignant topics that hit a little too close to home, perhaps. Let's see. I just bought rockets to go. Oh, you bought tickets to see your favorite shanty group. Ah. Groups that just do shanties? The longest Johns. Not just long Johns, the longest of the Johns. Okay, so Vivian. Oh, how to and folk songs? Okay. Vivian, enough about sea shanties. It's time for land shanties. Yeah, but what about space shanties? How do you know one about trees? Does that count? I suppose. Oh, you know a space shanty? I think there are just a few out there. And I think for me, only one that comes to mind. And unfortunately, performed by a band that didn't stay together for very long. But it's still a wonderful, wonderful song. And it's out there, and so it's still fairly accessible. And so it's one that I show to my friends quite a bit. And one that I can sort of... at the very least, I remember the song enough to sing it, if I have the lyrics in front of me. The one I know is from the Senate. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, the Senate is from my part of the world. Bellingham is a city, a college town, way up near the US-Canada border on the Washington side, up here in the Pacific Northwest. And yeah, it's really sad because, you know, if they had stayed together longer, then I could have very well just been able to go see them live. At the very least, it wouldn't take a plane trip to go see them. Because most of the other, cool musicians that I know are, in various parts of the world and fairly inaccessible to me. There's a lot of Kajura Yuki music that I like, right? And, various compositions, and she holds live concerts every single year in Japan. And even when I was there, when I was working, I remember commuting to work literally not 200 meters from one of her concert places on the day that she was having a concert. I was like, nope, can't ask for the day off. Not enough money for the tickets, and bloody hells. Yeah, that's, my history with live concerts has not been a particularly fortunate one. I think I missed the Trans-Siberian Orchestra when they were in either the Seattle or Portland areas. So yeah, the one bit of fortune that I've had with live events, I think, is that when Mythbusters a number of years ago was doing their farewell tour and doing live shows, I didn't know this at the time, right? Until I walked into my favorite curry restaurant having played a little bit played violin a little bit outside, go in for lunch, and I walk past somebody, two people, one of whom looks very much like a person I recognize. And I sort of did a double take, sat down. While I was eating, I checked just to make sure that I wasn't just imagining things. And so, probably Adam Savage. Looks very, like 98% like Adam Savage. So on the way out, I stopped them real quick and said, "Hey, it's Adam Savage, right?" And then just a little quick, thank you for being a huge part of our childhoods, and also, kind of philosophy in a lot of ways of not believing everything at face value, right? Trying to find the underlying mechanics behind it. Trying to find explanations for things, and of course, not just my childhoods, but mine and many of the people I've known over the years. And he actually talked for just a minute, and then he was like, "Hey, would you like to come to our show tonight?" And so he ended up giving me 2 tickets to that show that night. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find somebody to come with me, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. Not a music event, not one that I was expecting to go to, but just a really, really fortunate one-off. Yeah, it was pretty darn cool. I think like the only other people, like well-known people that I've really met were, back in 2019 at PAX West when Supergiant Games was doing their demo for Hades, right? Like they had other things set up, but 80% of their space at PAX West, maybe 90, was dedicated to their upcoming game, Hades, right? And so 2 of the people there were the executive director and also Darren Korb, the music director. And so I got to chat with him a little bit and took a photo with the executive director. So Darren Korb was busy, but wait, Daryl? It is Darren Korb, right? Yeah, it is Darren Korb. Okay, good. But then, so they had a line for, demos, right? Because it was coming out and they were at PAX West and they were like, "Hey, everyone, play a little bit of this really fun game that we've got coming out." And I thought I got in the line for the demo. Yeah, I was not in the line for the demo. I was in the line for getting one attempt, one Hades run to go as far as you can. And they were giving out, I think, a poster for if you beat Megara, the first boss in that run, and then another for being able to beat Hades, Dad, in that run. And so my very first time of playing Hades, wrong line. Was given a controller, not a keyboard, which I'm not used to, right? I'm super keyboard gamer. And then beating Megara and getting a little reward. And that was... It's a good memory. Luna, hello. Welcome. How's your day been? Vivian, you met John Colton? I don't know Jonathan Colton. Good, just ate breakfast? Right, you're Europe? Asia? Asia. Right. Okay. That makes sense. It's like I do have people here from Europe, but either they're super sleepy or super morning people. All right. I think in Asia, it's like 0940-ish. Oh, half, right, the half time zone. Jonathan Colton is a musician famous for his thing a week, where he releases a song a week, as well as for writing the ending themes for both Portal games. Ah, that's how you know them. Makes sense now. This was a triumph. Unfortunately, that's all I remember of the lyrics. Because lyrics? What lyrics? I'm a violinist. Well, I did choir for some time, but I think 90% of my music time has been spent doing instrumentalist stuff, so, you know. It's like lyrics? What are lyrics? Are they yummy? Is it a snack? Vivian, you knew about Jonathan Colton since before Portal released, but that helps too. It's got a song about IKEA. That sounds very humorous. I know one or two musicians that make songs about like random funny things and are fairly successful at it. Pan, hello, welcome. Wait a minute, welcome back. You have been here before. How's your day been so far? I think we were talking about various well-known people that we've met, not very many, and then where I was thinking about getting into the reading part pretty soon here. Balbs, that's my medication. I don't know which medication it is. Ah, iron supplements. Well, let me put that over here for now. Pan, pretty good. You're putting model bricks together? Model bricks. Model bricks? Raven, hello. Welcome. Hope your day's been well. Day's been good. Day's gone well. Been good. There we go. I swear, well, no, English isn't my first language, so I could probably fall back on that. English is technically my second language, even though it's native to me. Pan like Lego, but off-brand? That makes sense. What sort of thing are you putting together? Raven, you're terrible at English. There we go. Well, at the very least from your typing, I wouldn't have guessed it. Every once in a while, there's like a word that you don't know the nuance of, but generally speaking, your command of it is fairly decent. How do you caw? Caw. For anybody who's come in since I put it up there, there's the pin there. But if you'd like to hear me read something, if you'd like to hear something in my voice, generally fantasy is what I would go for. But yeah, feel free to make requests. Doesn't cost anything. And some big battleships. It's going to be 83 centimeters long. That is not a small model. 83 centimeters. Dang. A battleship sounds really cool, though. Like those sorts of bricks are tend to be fairly good at making battleships look good, especially the larger ones. Because then the details can be a little more intricate. Instead of having to do super approximated shapes. Vivian, you once spent days building a model TIE fighter before my cat at the time, Samuel L. Catson, knocked it over and completely trashed it before I had it on display for too long. Ooh. Rip to that poor thing. Cats are... yeah. There's a reason I don't have too much on display in my room. There are the things back behind me in frame that are during my webcam streams, but that's really about it. Either that or super small things, like my little Miku and my what was Tanjiro's sister's name from Demon Slayer? And they both sit on my desk. Although I have them in a part of my desk where the cats probably won't play with them. Nezuko, that's what it is. I had the Ne down, but I was like, I don't remember the continuation of this name at all. I have yet to actually watch it, even though it looks gorgeous, and the music's written by Kajiura Yuki. What is Miku? Can you tell me about that? Just look around your room, Vivian. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 reminders. Maybe 7 or 8, who knows? Oh, Raven, so many English speakers are genuinely terrible at it. You're good, I promise. Yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? Cat, what's Miku, 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 Miku? Maybe it's because I have music in my ears right now that I can't quite pin it down, but... Ro, blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. Very possibly. In fact, almost 100% chance. Definitely hiding in your Wi-Fi. And your memes. Definitely your memes. And other things. I'm sure. Definitely in your other things. If you heard Uwajimaya, for context, Uwajimaya is a chain of Japanese stores yesterday, and they had some of the Miku Cinema Roll collab merch, but I couldn't afford it, so I left it there. That's unfortunate. You do have the gorgeous, gorgeous Miku and Cinema Roll figurine, though, right? Because gods, that thing is... it's so good. It's so cute. And not just cute, like... beautiful. Beautiful. Vivian, I have the one figure, yes, but that's it? Oh, in terms of Miku and Cinnamoroll collab? Yeah. They had some plushies. Some of the plushies there I'm trying to imagine what a Miku Cinema Roll collab plushie would be like. They were in matching cafe outfits? Oh dear. Oh dear. That sounds adorable. That sounds saccharine almost. If it weren't for the sheer elegance of that particular line of collab merch. Somebody we have to let's see, report. No, that's Warren. How do we report? There we go. There's a bot. Bots. And we are at 00:53 and 40 seconds? 30 seconds? There we go. Did that go over to the YouTube channel as well? No, it didn't. Good. Twitch is... For as much shit as Twitch gets, their bot prevention measures are pretty good. Like, either... Sometimes they get through, but a lot of the time they come up on my interface and I'm seeing the message, but then it's actually restricted from showing to anybody else. Cat, they weren't for a while, they were ass for a while? Yeah, I do remember that bit. At the very... what I'm saying about being decent only counts for the last year or so. I don't know if being decent at it goes too much farther back than that. Raven, lady, I'm planning on starting a podcast on my channel eventually. Would you like to join? As like a guest? I honestly don't know how I would do on a podcast. It's like here, there's so much to bounce off of. I'm generally not a self-yapper. Like some people, some streamers especially, can talk about genuinely interesting things for, an hour or two just by themselves, maybe longer, even without having to pick up like content from like a game or anything or bouncing off of chat. And I just so much respect for them because I absolutely cannot do that. Yes, as a guest, yeah, I would be up for it. So many people tell me I should start a podcast to talk about video games, but I don't know where I could start. It sounds like I'd need to record and edit and write and do research, and it seems overwhelming and I have so much that I'm already working on. Oh, hello, Autumn. Welcome in. I would say pull up a comfy cushion, but I don't know what you have. I hope your day's gone well. With podcasts, honestly, like, in terms of writing, isn't it more of a general list some topics out and see what you get through and what tangents you go on and then refocus on the next large topic and then keep on going like that? That's usually, I think, what I see with the very, very few podcasts that I know about. Some are, um, well, there's your problem is a podcast about engineering failures. And that one tends to have a lot more like research and facts in it compared to other ones. Other ones are like more broad. Like, yes, there's this topic, but it's much more about the podcasters, the one or two or however many, plus maybe the guest. Actually, Fudge Muppet comes up in my memory because of this. Fudge Muppet does actually Elder Scrolls stuff, and how do you so cool? You have such good taste in stuff. I don't know about that. How do people think podcasts are easy? They're not. Yeah, gods. If I was to actually run a podcast, like do a podcast myself, I see. So for most of my streams, I have something to lean on, right? If I'm doing music, I'm not talking while I'm playing the music, and then I just have to, pick up comments and bounce off of people and talk about maybe the music in between, in the little pockets of time. With reading, it's much the same way, right? I have material that I want to read, and while I'm reading, I don't have to think, what am I going to talk about? I have to think, okay, how am I going to properly read and enunciate and form these sentences, right? It's much more concentrated on the performance of how I'm saying things as opposed to what. And podcasts, God, it feels like it's like very little. It's not rehearsed, right? So it's not a how you say it. It's very much a what you say sort of thing, 95%. And so it is scary. But I know for you, Vivian, like you can just go on and on about video games. Like your memory for video games, just all of the various things you know about them, is envious, would be perhaps what I would call it. I'm very envious of that sort of memory, because even for things that I'm fairly interested in, I've almost never had that sort of memory. Notes for music? Absolutely. Remembering melodies, remembering even harmony parts a lot of the time. I don't even have to think. My fingers can just do the thing for 5-10 minutes at a time. Whereas you have, things, and you can actually recall all of these things really, really well and put them in context, which is, it's a serious skill. Let's see. If people just tell me to make YouTube video essays, and I have so little energy, and if I did it, I'd want to do it right with proper citations and research and everything. And also, a big project like that just seems overwhelming, and I have so much to worry about. I think I'd do better as a guest than a host. How short of a YouTube video can you make? How narrow can you squeeze something down? That's something still interesting, but narrow enough that you could just make a sub 10-minute video about it. And mostly just have your facts laid out and maybe, cut the audio into minute-long chunks, 2-minute-long chunks. Just, in case you have to do retakes. But other than that, not too much stress. And maybe even just, a static background perhaps, so that you don't have to worry about the video. And you just put a PNG in your video editor and have it stretch from beginning to end. Autumn, it feels good to sit and decompress. I just got home from a concert. 5 hours on your feet and not enough water. Ow. Ow. That is Hoi. Have you had a chance to take care of your feet? Because, oh, Cat, I'm so glad all I have to do is, for hours, show up right now. Wait, do you do a podcast, Cat? Or is it streaming? Maybe you have knowledge in your brain, but actually writing is very difficult for me. I have so many things in my life I have to do already, not to mention I'm already drawing and that's enough work. That's true, yeah. If it would take time away and energy away from drawing, then yeah, that's very true. You don't even want to think about making a small video right now, recording, writing, research, audio, editing, footage capture? Yeah, that's what I was saying, like, nix the footage capture, and then maybe not even do like strict writing, but like more general like PowerPoint bullet point type stuff. Because I mean, once you're on a topic, you can go. Raven, if you do one VV, I'd love to join as a guest too. Or if you ever did one, it would be have to be a future project. I can't have any more projects right now. Yeah, totally understandable. Cat, just wrapped on season 1 TTRPG podcasts your friend wants to do. Haven't posted it yet though. Wait, so you've recorded all of season 1 of your podcast without releasing a single one? Holy cow, that patience. That patience. Let me throw some ads real quick. Just 3 minutes of ads to get rid of the pre-rolls, just the minimum amount. If you're subbed on Twitch, you don't get them. So, for any people that aren't subbed, see you in 3 minutes. And then maybe after that, we'll think about starting raiding. Cat, whole point is there's short mini campaigns. Yep, only like 5 episodes. That's still a decent bit. Mini campaigns. So are they TTRPG playthroughs? Or like playthrough, a single playthrough? Cut up into actual play as a podcast. That sounds like fun to listen to. And I suppose as a listener, you would be very much in the same boat as the players when the DM is like describing things and you're having to bring it up in your mind with your own imagination. Raven, you love TTRPGs? Haru, a great one is not another D&D podcast? That sounds vaguely familiar, and I don't know why. Huh. Not another D&D podcast. Cat, Haru, there are several Dice Funk, The Adventure Zone, Dungeons and Daddies, but most are long form. It's 2 of the main cast of Dimension 20. Oh, Haru, not another D&D podcast is two main cast from Dimension 20. Okay. Cat, the whole point we're going for is short, more unknown systems. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there are a lot of TTRPG systems out there, I think, that are completely unknown, or very, very little known about. So I think the main ones that people go to are, obviously there's D&D, and then like Pathfinder and Starfinder, I think, are maybe the two next most well-known one's right after D&D. Cat, Season 1 is Heroes of the Stars, a system based on Generation 2 of Bionicle. Bionicle. There's a name I don't hear too often. Hi V, Pathfinder. We talking Pathfinder? We were talking TTRPGs. We got on this topic because of podcasts, right? I was talking about how with most of my streams, it's not so much what I talk about, it's performance based, right? With music, it's, how do I play this? And even with reading, it's not, I'm reading, right? So I don't have to write it. I don't have to worry about the what part of it. It's very much the how do I say the words? How do I, convey what's written here? Versus podcasts, which is like 100%. What do you say? And so it's really scary to me. And also, like, I have a lot of respect for people that can do podcasts or streamers that do streams that are much more like podcasts, or they can just yap on and on and on by themselves without having anything in particular to bounce off of or draw topics from, right? Whereas like me, even if I'm playing games during my stream, I can still pull mostly from the games, right? But Kat evidently has recorded a whole season of podcasts, the TTRPG playthrough podcast, and hasn't released it just yet. It is teasing us. Nova! Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! Oh, that's a surprise. So for anybody who doesn't know about Nova, let's see. There we go. Hopefully I spelled that right. She streams, and I think mostly does game dev. Is that right? I know the 2 times that I've been able to catch you on, it was game dev. But also absolutely gorgeous, soothing voice. Though I think, do you stream well, like in the morning times and noon times? Very much the opposite of what I do most days. No, you? Yes, you. Yes, you. Yes, and you. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about TTRPG podcasts. But I think we were getting around to reading fairly soon. I think mostly what I have lined up is in-game books from the Elder Scrolls series, and then one request called They're Made Out of Meat, which is a little, a short story about 2 aliens talking. Yeah, if you, Elder Scrolls book readings, yeah. Actually, let me put that in the tags, I forgot. There we go. Yeah, most of the reading that I do is from the Tess in-game books, and then a couple of requests here and there, as long as it's fantasy. If you want to hear something in my voice, I'm always happy to try it. And then a couple of excerpts from things like, I think the most notable examples were the intro to the game Icewind Dale 2, and then also the fanfic, the Celestia Code by Esau. The intro to that is one of my all-time favorite snippets of text. Maybe I'll pull that one and do it tonight too, because I think we were going to do it last time and then forgot to. well, listening to your eating fantasy thingies would be extra cozy. Oh, glad to hear it. Let's see. Let me get the mic in a comfortable place. Balbs, my void kitty, is on the desk, all nice and cozy under the monitors, just using the sound interface as his pillow, as always. Nova, though, I was just about to hop on and finish a movie with Enin, who will leave a lurk, though. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad to see you stop in. Have fun with the movie. Let's see. What shall we read first? Let's do this one. This is originally from Oblivion, and then also available in Skyrim. This is called Bravil, Daughter of Niben. Bravil is one of the most charming towns in Cyrodiil, sparkling in her simple beauty, illustrious by her past. No visit to the southern part of the Imperial Province is complete without a walk along Bravil's exciting river port, a talk with her friendly native children, and, of course, in the tradition of the village, a whispered word to the famous statue of the lucky old lady. Many thousands of years before the arrival of that Morans, the native Aelid people had long lived in the vicinity of modern-day Bravil. The Niben then, as now, provided food and transportation, and the village was even more populous than it is today. We are not certain what they called their region. As insular as they were, the word they used would be translated to simply mean home. These savage Aelids were so firmly entrenched that the Bravil region was one of the very last areas to be liberated by the Lessian army in the 2nd century of the First Era. Though little remains of that era culturally or archaeologically, thank Mara, the tales of debauchery and depravity have entered into the realm of legends. How the Aelids were able to survive such a long siege is debated by scholars to this day. All, however, grant the honor of the victory to one of the Empress Alessia's centurions, a man called Teo Bravilius Tassus, the man for whom the modern town is named. Oh, Balbs, please don't play with my forbidden candy. I kind of need that for my other streams. It is said he invaded the village no less than 4 times after heavy resistance, but each time, upon the morning dawning, all his soldiery within would be dead, murdered. By the time more centuria had arrived, the fortified town was repopulated with Aelids. After the 2nd successful invasion, secret underground tunnels were found and filled in. But once again, come morning, the soldiers were again dead, and the citizens had returned. After the 3rd successful siege, legions were posted outside of the town, watching the roads and riverways for signs of attacks, but no one came. The next morning, the bodies of the invaded soldiers were thrown from the parapets of town's walls. Tio Bravilius Tassus knew that the aliens must be hiding themselves somewhere in the town, waiting until nightfall and then murdering the soldiers until they slept, or while they slept. The question was where. After the fourth invasion, he himself led the soldiers in a thorough inspection of every corner, every shadow. Just as they were ready to give up, the great centurion noticed two curious things. High in the sheer walls of the town, beyond anybody's ability to climb, there were indentations, narrow platforms. And by the river just inside the town, he discovered a single footprint from someone clearly not wearing the imperial boot. Bells, please don't play with things on my desk while I'm streaming. No, you can't have my hand either. The aliens, it seemed, had taken two routes to hide themselves. Some had levitated up to the walls and hidden themselves high above, and others had slipped into the river, where they were able to breathe underwater. It was a relatively easy task, once the strange elves' even stranger hiding holes had been discovered, to rout them out and see to it that there were no more midnight assassinations of the Empress's troops. It may seem beyond belief that an entire community was so skilled in these spells hundreds and hundreds of years before the Mages Guild was formed to teach the ways of magic to the common folk. There does, however, appear to be evidence that, just as the Sigics on the Isle of Artaeum developed mysticism long before there was a name for it, the even more obscure aliens of southern Cyrodiil had developed what was to be known as the School of Alteration. It is not, after all, much of a stretch when one considers that other aliens at the time of Bravil's conquering and even later were shapeshifters. The community of pre-Bravil could not turn into beasts or monsters, but they could alter their bodies to hide themselves away. A related and useful skill, to be sure, but not so effective to save themselves in the end. Very little is left of the Aelid presence in Bravil today, though architectural marvels of other kinds were very evident. As beautiful and arresting as the benevolence of Mara Cathedral and the Lord's Palace are, no man-made structure in Bravil is as famous as the statue called the Lucky Lady. The tales about the lady and who she was are too numerous to list. It was said she was born the legitimate daughter of a prostitute in Bravil, certainly an inauspicious beginning to a lucky life. She was teased by the other children, who forever asked who her father was. Every day, she would run back to her little shack in tears from the cruelty. One day, a priest of Stendar came to Bravil to do charitable work. He saw the weeping little girl, and when asked, she told him the cause of her misery. She didn't know who her father was. "You have kind eyes and a mouth that tells no lies," replied the priest after a moment, smiling. "You are clearly a child of Stendar, the god of mercy, charity, and well-earned luck." The priest's thoughtful words changed the girl forever. Whenever she was asked who her father was, she would cheerfully reply, "I am a child of luck." She grew up to be a barmaid, it is said, kind and generous to her customers, frequently allowing them to pay when they were able to. on a particularly rainy night, she gave shelter to a young man dressed in rags, who not only had no money to pay, but was belligerent and rude to her as she fed him and gave him room. The next morning he left without so much as a thank you. Her friends and family admonished her, saying that she had to be careful. He might even have been dangerous. A week later, a royal carriage arrived in Braville, with an imperial prince within. Though he was scarcely recognizable, it was the same young man the lady had helped. He apologized profusely for his appearance and behavior, explaining that he had been kidnapped and cursed by a band of witches, and it wasn't until after he had returned to his senses. It wasn't until later that he had returned to his senses. The lady was showered in riches, which she, of course, generously shared with all the people of Braville, where she lived to a content old age. No one knows when the statue to her was erected in the town square, or who the artist was, but it has stood there for thousands of years since the First Era. To this day, visitors and Bravillians alike go to the lucky old lady to ask her to bless them with luck in their travels. Just one more charming aspect of the charming and very lucky village of Braville. That was Braville, daughter of the Nibbin. Ro, thanks for the stream, Tavi. I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night. Night-night. And sweet dreams. Hope you have a restful sleep. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Nova and Enlin. I was unable to respond since I was reading at the time. And let me make good on the sip redeem. Thank you, Ro. I know other streamers, I've heard one or two other streamers joke about it before, but it really does feel like as streamers we can hardly take care of ourselves without chat poking us to sip and stretch and maybe even munch now and again. My streams are fairly short compared to some others. Well, I've done 4, 5, 6 hour streams before, but I know people that go 8, 10, sometimes longer. And so those self-care redeems are definitely, I would say worth their weight in gold, but I didn't have to pay gold, just had to create them. Let's see. Shall we do They're Made Out of Meat next? So this is a work by Terry Besson, 1991. This is a conversation between two non-Earthians. Let us see. Let's do this. And then that. There we go. That's a little more readable. So here is They're Made Out of Meat by Terry Besson. They're made out of meat. Meat. They're made out of meat. Meat. There's no doubt about it. We picked several from different parts of the planet, took them aboard our recon vessels, probed them all the way through. Completely meat. That's impossible. What about the radio signals, the messages to the stars? They use the radio waves to talk, but the signals don't come from them. The signals come from machines. So who made the machines? That's who we want to contact. They made the machines. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Meat made the machines. That's ridiculous. How can meat make a machine? You're asking me to believe in sentient meat. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. These creatures are the only sentient race in the sector, and they're made out of meat. Maybe they're like the Orphalay. A carbon-based intelligence that goes through a meat stage. Nope. They're born meat. They die meat. We studied them for several of their lifespans, which didn't take too long. Do you have any idea the lifespan of meat? Spare me. Okay, maybe they're only part meat. Like the Wedille. A meathead with an electron plasma brain inside. Nope. We thought of that. Since they do have meat heads like the Wedille. But I told you, we probed them. They're meat all the way through. No brain? Oh, there's a brain, all right. It's just that the brain's made out of meat. So, what does the thinking? You're not understanding, are you? The brain does the thinking, the meat. Thinking meat. You're asking me to believe in thinking meat. Yes, thinking meat, conscious meat, loving meat, dreaming meat. The meat is the whole deal. Are you getting the picture? Oh my god, you're serious then? They're made out of meat. Finally, yes. They are indeed made out of meat. And they've been trying to get in touch with us for almost 100 years. So, what does the meat have in mind? First, it wants to talk to us. Then I imagine it wants to explore the universe, contact other sentients, swap ideas and information, the usual. We're supposed to talk to meat. That's the idea. That's the message they're sending out by radio. Hello, anyone out there? Anyone home? That sort of thing. They actually do talk then. That they're using words, ideas, concepts. Oh, yes. Except they do it with meat. I thought you just told me they use radio. That they do. But what do you think is on the radio? Meat sounds. You know how when you slap or flap meat, it makes a noise? They talk by flapping their meat at each other. They can even sing by squirting air through their meat. Oh my god, singing meat? Oh, this is altogether too much. So what do you advise? Officially or unofficially? Both. Officially, we are required to contact, welcome, and log in any and all sentient races or multi-beings in the quadrant without prejudice, fear, or favor. Unofficially, I advise that we erase the recordings and forget the whole thing. I was hoping you would say that. It seems harsh, but there is a limit. Do we really want to make contact with meat? I agree, 100%. That's what's there to say? Hello, meat. How's it going? But will this work? How many planets are we dealing with here? Just one. They can travel to other planets in special meat containers, but they can't live on them. And being meat, they only travel through sea space. which limits them to the speed of light and makes the possibility of their ever making contact pretty slim. Infinitesimal, in fact. So we just pretend there's no one home in the universe? That's it. Cruel. But you said it yourself. Who wants to meet? And the ones who've been aboard our vessels, the ones you have probed, you're sure they won't remember? They'll be considered crackpots if they do. I went into their heads and smoothed out their meat so that we're just like a dream to them. A dream to meet. How strangely appropriate. That we should be meat's dream. And we can mark this sector unoccupied. Good. Agreed. Officially and unofficially. Case closed. Any others? Anyone interesting on that side of the galaxy? Yes, a rather shy but sweet hydrogen core cluster intelligence in a Class 9 star in the Gamma 445 zone. Was in contact 2 galactic rotations ago. Wants to be friendly again. They always come around. And why not? Imagine how unbearably and how unutterably cold the universe would be if one were all alone. And that is they're made of meat. Which is... yeah, accurate. Vivi, raise your hand if you're made of meat. Well, at least one of my hands is somewhat raised. I'm a little stiff. I can't get my arms up quite above my head, but hopefully up above my midriff will do for the time being. And let me boost my Fetty post here real quick. And then... there we go. Okay. What shall we read next? What did we read before? That was Bravo, daughter of the Nibbin. And then we did They're Made of Meat. They're made out of meat. It's interesting because some of the sounds we make are not just flapping meat. Yeah, not just flapping meat. The actual vocal, the voiced component of our voice actually is meat rubbing / slapping together. What we call vocal cords. But some of the enunciation up in the mouth. A lot of the well, not a lot of the sounds. Some of the sounds are between like teeth and teeth, teeth and lips, that sort of thing. The thorn sound, like th, that's your tongue in between your teeth, and then, well, it could be tongue plus teeth, right? And getting the air to go through there to make that sound. But if you do it without the tongue, you get the s sound, right? Or if you modify the inside of your mouth, you get the sh sound. So not 100% meat. There's some bone in there, which then encases more meat. Vilifar, I think the characters would have still considered teeth and meat adjacent. Definitely adjacent considering our bone cores, our meat. But I mean, effectively, they're advanced calcium deposits, aren't they? They said they're meat the whole way through. That's fair. That's fair. So yeah, I suppose they do consider teeth meat adjacent. At the very least, if not just meat outright. Somebody is writing a fanfic about that, and or has already written a fanfic about that. Never mind, there's probably more than I can count. Nobody link me. Let's see. What would we like to read next? Oh. Does anybody care about the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion spoilers for the main storyline? Vilafar, lots of people have. I love that short story. Are we talking about the Oblivion one, or are we talking about the meat? And all the way through. Oh, meat. Okay, there we go. I was talking about all the way through. Oh. I kind of want to read. Oh, maybe. Vilafar, a charity drive I watch every year does at least one reading of meat. Oh, that particular short story? They're made out of meat? I wonder if Terry Bisson is still alive. Oh dear. Yep, this is fairly common. He died last year, evidently. Just a little over a year ago. Which is, that's sad. But at least it sounds like people are keeping the memory of his work alive. Vilafar, I forget the name of it all the time because it's introduced by saying something like, "It's time for meat," which absolutely makes sense if you are doing a show and want the enthusiasm. Is that the right word? The energy? Or as I think here, it's not quite that sort of energy. That said, there are definitely books I don't read here that aren't like, 18 plus or anything. But scenes where I've definitely read them in super, like, actually acted out ways. That felt like I knew the character a good bit and could really get into them. But I don't think I would ever perform them or read them like that, like I did then on stream, just because it was very much not in keeping with the stream's theme. Let's see. What would we like to read next? Oh, so here's a little short story. This is from Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall. And this is called Fragment on Artaeum. Artaeum is was mentioned before in the other short story, is an island where a magical order by the name of the Sijic Order resides and works. So here is Fragment on Artaeum. The Isle of Artaeum is the third largest island in the Somerset archipelago, located south of the Moridunon village of Putansa and west of the mainland village of Runcibe. It is best known for being the home to the Sijic Order, perhaps the oldest monastic group in Tamriel. The earliest written records of Sijics is from the 12th century of the First Era and tells the tale of the author, the renowned Breton sage Voernet, traveling to the Isle of Artaeum to meet with the right master of the Sijics, Iagesis. Even then, the Sijics were the counselors of kings and proponents of the Elder Way, taught to them by the original people of Tamriel. The Elder Way is a philosophy of meditation and study said to bind the forces of nature to the individual will. It differs from Magicka in origin, but the effects are much the same. That being said, it is perhaps more than coincidence that the Isle of Artaeum literally vanished from the shores of Somerset at the beginning of the Second Era, at about the time of the founding of the Mages Guild of Tamriel. Various historians and scholars have published theories about this, but perhaps none but Lachesis and his own could shed light on this. 500 years passed, and Artaeum returned. The Sijics on the isle consisted of persons, mostly elves, who had disappeared and were presumed dead over the 2nd century. They could not, or would not, offer an explanation for Artaeum's whereabouts during the time, or the fate of Lachesis and the original council of Artaeum. Currently, the Sijics are led by the lore master Kilaris, who has presided over the Council of Artaeum for the last 250 years. The Council's influence in world politics is tidal. The kings of Somerset, particularly those of Moridunon, have often sought the Sijics' opinion. Uriel V was much influenced by the Council in the early, most glorious part of his reign, before his disastrous attack on Octavia. It has even been suggested that the fleet of King Orgum of Piandonea was destroyed by a joint effort of Emperor Antiochus and the Sijic Order. The last 4 emperors, Uriel VI, Morihatha, Pelagius Septim V, and Uriel VII, have been suspicious of the Sijics, even enough to refuse ambassadors for the Isle of Artaeum in the imperial city. The Isle of Artaeum is difficult to chart geographically. It is said that parts of it exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions and continuously shift either at random or by decree of council. Visitors to the island are so rare to be almost unheard of. Anyone desirous of a meeting with a Sijic may find contacts in Putansa and Runcibe, as well as many of the kingdoms of Somerset. Were it more accessible, Artaeum would be a favored destination for travelers. I've been to the Isle once and still dream of the idyllic orchards and pastures, the still and silent lagoons, the misty woodlands, and the unique Sijic architecture that seems to be as natural but wondrous as the surroundings. The Sapor Tower, in particular, I would study, for it is a ruin from a civilization that predates the Altmer by several hundred years, and is still used in certain rites by the Sijics. Perhaps one day I might return. Note, the author is currently on the Isle of Artaeum by gracious consent of Master Sargenius of the Council of Artaeum. And that is Fragment on Artaeum. Let's see. So the next book is from Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. It's called The Cherub's Heart. In-world, written by Livius Paris, who's a professor at the Imperial City. So I'm not quite sure what the writing and publication date of this is. Here is Vilfar. You're very cool. You're a good singer, actor, musician. You're very sweet. Super cool. Thank you. Just want to use what skills I have to make people's lives a little better. I'm just glad that I had, voice available for, honestly, like weeks like this where I'm just too tired to do music. So here is Cherum's Heart. Is that the title? No, Cherum's Heart of Anequia. Contemporary with Makamat Lucine, interviewed in volume 17 of this series, is the Khajiit Cherum, whose tapestries have been hailed as masterpieces all over the empire for nigh on 13 years now. His 4 factories, located throughout elsewhere, make reproductions of his work, but his original tapestries command stellar prices. The Emperor himself owns 10 Cherum tapestries, and his representatives are currently negotiating the sale of 5 more. The muted use of color, contrasted with the luminous skin tones of Cherum's subjects, is a marked contrast with the old style of tapestry. The subject of his work in recent years have been fabulous tales of the ancient past, the gods meeting to discuss the formation of the world, the Chimer following the prophet Veloth into Morrowind, the wild elves battling Morihas and his legions at the White Gold Tower. His earliest designs deal with more contemporary subjects. I had the opportunity to discuss with him one of his final masterpieces, the Heart of Anequina, at his villa in Orcrest. The heart of an Equina presents a historic battle of the 5-year war between Elsewhere and Valenwood, which raged from 394 of the Third Era, or 395, depending on what one considers to be the beginning of the war, until 399 of the Third Era. In most fair accounts, the war lasted 4 years and 9 months, but artistic license from the great epic poets added an additional 3 months to the ordeal. The actual details of the battle itself, as interpreted by Cheram, are explicit. The faces of 120 Wood Elf archers can be differentiated, one from the other, each registering fear at the approach of the Khajiit army. Their hauberks catch the dim light of the sun. The menacing shadows of the Elsewhere battle cats loom on the hills, every muscle strained, ready to pounce and command. It is not surprising that he got all the details right, because Cheram was in the midst of it as a Khajiit foot soldier. Every minute part of the Khajiit medium-weight armor can be seen in the soldiers in the foreground. The embroidered edging and striped patterns on the tunic, each lacquered plate on loose-fitting leather in the Elsewhere style. The helmets of cloth and fluted silver. Cheram does not understand the point of plate mail, said Cheram. It is hot, for one, like being both burned and buried alive. Cheram wore it at the insistence of our Nord advisors during the Battle of Zelinin, and Cheram couldn't even turn to see what my fellow Khajiit were doing. Cheram did some sketches for a tapestry of the Battle of Zelinin, but Cheram finds that to make it realistic, the figures came out very mechanical, like iron golems or Dwemer centurions. Knowing our Khajiit commanders, Cheram would not be surprised if giving up the heavy plate was more aesthetic than practical. Elsewhere lost the city of Zelinin, didn't she? Yes, but Elsewhere won the war, starting at the next battle, the heart of an Equina, said Cheram with a smile. The tide turned as soon as we Khajiit sent our Nordic advisors back to Solitude. We had to get rid of all the heavy armor they brought to us and find enough traditional medium armor our troops felt comfortable wearing. Obviously, the principal advantage of the medium armor was that we could move easily in it, as you can see from the natural stances of the soldiers in the tapestry. Now, if you look at this poor perforated Cathaerot, who just keeps battling on in the bottom background, you see the other advantage. It seems strange to say, but one of the best features of medium armor is that an arrow will either deflect completely or pass all the way through. An arrowhead is like a hook, made to stick where it strikes if it doesn't pass through. A soldier in medium armor will find himself with a hole in his body and the bolt on the other side. Our healers can fix such a wound easily if it isn't fatal. But if the arrow still remains in the armor, as it does with heavier armor, the wound will be reopened every time the fellow moves, until the Khajiit strips off the armor and pulls out the arrow, which is what we had to do at the Battle of Zelinin. A difficult and time-consuming process in the heat of battle, to say the least. I asked next, is there a portrait in the battle? Is there a self-portrait in the battle? Yes, Cheram said with another grin. You see the small figure of the Khajiit stealing the rings off the dead wood elf. His back is facing you, but he has a brown and orange striped tail like Cheram's. Cherem does not say that all stereotypes about the Khajiit are fair, but Cherem must sometimes acknowledge them. A self-deprecating style in self-portraiture is also evident in the tapestries of Ranulf Hook, the next artist interviewed in Volume 19 of this series. And that is Cherem's Heart of Anequia. Anequina. There we go. Keep on missing that last N. For context, for anybody that isn't very familiar with the Elder Scrolls series, Khajiit are catfolk, and so it would make sense that they might not be so fond of heavy armor and would be fond of at least lighter armor, at least down to medium armor, so they can actually move. I think in game they get a bonus to what's his name? Barehanded attacks because they have claws. What shall we read next? Oh, right. So this is a recounting of the Oblivion Crisis, which is an event that takes place over the span of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. And this book is actually only found in Elder Scrolls V on account of the fact that the events hadn't happened in Oblivion. This is called the Oblivion Crisis. Before we do that, let me run ads real quick so that the pre-rolls don't just get turned on in the middle of the story. For anybody that's not subbed, see you in 3 minutes. I won't start the story until then. Just take a little sip and a munch break. And that is, well, a good reminder to everyone else as well to sip and munch and maybe even stretch. Oh, okay, that was crunchy. My spine between my shoulders, between the scapula, as I brought them back, felt like it popped 5 individual times. Oh, there's my right shoulder. And a nice little neck pop. But not the other side, because the left side is far too tight. One of the things that I had to do at some point over the last few years was go to physical therapy for my neck. Because with violin, because I always, we always hold it on the left side. And we're holding it basically the whole time we're playing. It ended up getting fairly immobile and stiff. And so I had to go to physical therapy to mobilize it again. And it wasn't super noticeable. Right? It wasn't like I couldn't move my neck at all. But on the right side where I could tip my head over 45, 60 degrees, right? On the left side, once I got to 35, 40 degrees, maybe even, my muscles on that side of the neck would start cramping badly, and it would cause pain, right? And so, and the farther I tried to push that, of course, the worse the pain got. And it also turned out that a lot of the neck stretches that I was doing, I was actually just hinging at the base of the skull instead of letting the whole neck tip over and stretch. So that was something that, I'm fairly conscious of neck stretches and various other mobilization techniques for the neck. But I hadn't caught that I was only doing the stretches by rotating at the base of the skull instead of rotating from the base of the neck. And I think we almost have everyone back here. Soon. 1 and 0. Welcome back, everyone. Also, if you're on YouTube, click the little likey and sub buttons. Tell YouTube it's not horrible, and then YouTube goes on to actually suggest it to other people. If you're on Twitch, consider following if you like the stuff. Let's see. What shall we read next? Right, we were going to read The Oblivion Crisis. Oh, actually, before that, let us read The Rear Guard. So, The Rear Guard is a book from the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, and then available in Oblivion and Skyrim. The Rear Guard. The castle would hold. No matter the forces, the walls of Cascabel Hall would never fail. But that was small consolation for Menegar. He was hungry. In fact, he had never been quite so hungry. The well in the atrium of the fortress supplied him with enough water to hold there until the 4th era. But his stomach reminded Menegar, minute to minute, that he needed food. The wagon load of supplies mocked him. When his army, the forces of the King of Solitude, had left Cascabel Hall, and he had manned the battlements as the rear guard to protect their retreat, they had left a wagon behind to supply him with enough food for months. It was not until the night after they left that he inspected the larder and found that nothing edible was in the wagon. Trunk after trunk was filled with netch armor from the army's incursion into Morrowind. Apparently, his Nord confederates had assumed that the lightly opaque material was hard tack in aspect. If the Dhamma whose caravan had been raided knew about this, they would never be able to stop laughing. Menegar thought that his fellow mercenary and kinswoman Erin would have found this amusing as well. She had spoken with great authority about netch leather, being an expert of sorts in light armor, but she had made a point to mention that it could not be eaten like other leather in occasions of hardship. It was a pity she couldn't be there to enjoy the irony, Menegar thought savagely. She had returned to Morrowind even before the king's army had left, preferring a life as a wanted fugitive to a free existence in the colds of Skyrim. All the weeds in the courtyard had been devoured by the rearguard's 16th day manning Cascabel Hall. The entire castle had been scoured. Rotten tubers in the mulch pile found and consumed, a dusty bouquet in the Countess's bedchamber eaten, almost every rat and insect but the most cunning infesting the castle walls had been tracked down and gobbled up. The Castellan's chambers, filled with acrid, inedible law books, had yielded up a couple crumbs of bread. Menager had even scraped moss from the stones. There was no denying it. He would be dead from starvation before his army returned to break the ranks of the enemies who surrounded the fortress. "The worst part," said Menager, who had taken to talking to himself on only the second day alone in the castle, "is how close sustenance is. A vast arbor of golden apples stretched acre after acre near the castle walls. The sunlight cast a seductive gleam on the fruit, and the cruel wind carried sweet smells into Castabel to torture him. Like most Bosmer, Menager was an archer. He was a master of long and medium distance fighting, but in close quarters, as he would be if he dared leave the castle and enter the enemy camp in the arbor, he knew he would not last long. At some point, he knew he would have to try, but he had been dreading the day. It was upon him now. Menager put on the niche armor for the first time, feeling the powdery, almost velvet texture of the rendered leather against his skin. There was also a barely perceptible throb, which he recognized as the remnant menetocysts of the niche's venomous flesh, still tingling months after its death with domesticated poison. The combination made him feel energized. Aaron had described the sensation perfectly, just as she had explained how to defend himself while wearing niche leather armor. Under cover of night, Menager crept out of the back gate of the castle, locking it behind him with a rather cumbersome key. He made for the arbor as quietly as he could, but a passing sentry, coming behind a tree, saw him. Remaining calm, Menager did as he remembered Aaron had instructed, only moving after the attack had been launched. The sentry's blade glided against the armor and knocked to the left, throwing the young man off balance. That was the trick, as he understood it. You had to be prepared to hit and merely move with the blow, allowing the membranous armor to divert the injury away. Use your enemy's momentum against him, as Aaron used to say. There were several more close encounters in the arbor, but each swing of an axe and each thrust of a sword found purchase elsewhere. With handfuls of apples, Menager ran the gauntlet back to the castle. He locked the back gate door behind him and fell into an orgy of eating. For week after week, the Bosmer stole out to gather his food. The guards began anticipating his raids, but he kept his schedule irregular and always remembered, when attacked, to wait for the blow, accept it, and then turn. In such a way, he lived and survived his lonely vigil in Cascabel Hall. 4 months later, as he was preparing for another seizure of apples, Menager heard a loud clamor at the front gate. Surveying the group from a safe distance on the battlements, he saw the shields of the King of Solitude, his ally, the Count of Cascabel, and their enemy, the King of Faron. Evidently a truce had been called. Menager opened the gates, and the combined armies flooded the courtyard. Many of the knights of Faron sought to shake the hand of the man they had named the Shadow of the Arbor, expressing their admiration at his defensive skills and apologizing good-naturedly for their attempts to slay him. only doing their job, you know?
There's hardly an apple left on the vines,
said the King of Solitude. Well, I started on the edges and worked my way in, explained Menager. I brought back extra food to tempt the rats out of the walls so I could have a little meat as well.
We've spent the last several months working out the details of the truths, said the king. They're quite exhausting. At any rate, the Count will be taking back possession of his castle now, but there's a small detail we need to work out. You're a mercenary and as such responsible for your own expenses. If you had been a subject of mine, things might have been different, but there are certain old rules of law that must be respected.
Menager anticipated the strike.
The problem is, the king continued, you've taken a good deal of the Count's crops here. Well, here, by any reasonable computation, you've eaten an amount equal to or and likely exceeding your mercenaries' wages. Obviously, I would not want to penalize you for the excellent job you've done defending the castle in uncomfortable circumstances, but you agree that's important that we observe the old rules of law, don't you?
Of course, replied Menager, accepting the blow.
I'm delighted to hear that, said the king. Our estimation is that you owe the Count of Castabel 37 imperial gold.
Which I will gladly pay to myself, with interest, after the autumn-tide harvest, said Menager. There's more left on the vine than you suggest. The King of Solitude and Farin and the Count of Castabel stared at the Bosmer. We agreed to abide to the strictest old rules of law, and I've had time to read a great many books over the time you were making your truce. In the Third Era 246, during the reign of Uriel IV, the Imperial Council, in an attempt to clear up some questions of property rights in Skyrim during those chaotic days, decreed that any man without a liege who occupied a castle for more than 3 months would be granted the rights and titles of that estate. It's a good law, of course, meant to discourage absent and foreign landlords. Menager smiled, feeling the now familiar sensation of a glancing strike diverted. By the rule of law, I am the Count of Castabel. The rearguard's son still holds the title of Count of Castabel. He grows the finest, most delectable apples in the Empire. And that was the rearguard from The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Let me catch up with chat here. Oh, Ro, you're back and listening. Oh, dear. I hope that you can fall asleep soon. Hopefully I can help a little bit. Obvious. Oh, I'm so proud of myself. I think I only need another 1 hour to edit tomorrow, but then you actually have something you might feel okay with uploading. Oh. And if it does well, that'd be a whole new hobby. Ah. Oh, speaking of, I haven't done this in a while. If you'd like to come join us in talking about geeky things, join the Discord. You can also get the stream alerts from me, and I also have a channel for stream alerts from friends and also community submissions as well. Also, I think one of my favorite channels is a Looky What I Made channel, where we get to see what various things people in the Discord have been working on. Vivian finally got up and got myself food. Aw, proud of you. Sorry if I've been quiet. No, it's all right. In fact, over the last quite a long while, you've chatted the most, I think. You, Lethius, and Vilafar. This, you didn't eat anything today? You're highly dysfunctional. Either I eat a lot or nothing at all. That is a feeling that I think I would venture to say most people, at the very least a majority of the people in chat, know what it feels like. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Today, I had two meals before a stream, which is very rare. Normally it's one before, one after. No talent. I like succubards. They kind of suck, but they're also really nice. Hopefully I don't suck too much. I mean, I suppose you're still here, so... Also on the dysfunction thing, it's 0646 here. That checks out. That checks out. I think for a lot of us, it's usually the cause tends to be ADHD for executive dysfunction. Various, sleep troubles are one thing, and then actually, forcing the mashing the button, the brain mashing the buttons to make the meat mech do the move thingy, and then the meat mech just not working. That's also a thing. Yep, that's... Yeah. Like I said, at the very least, a majority of people in chat know how this feels. Executive dysfunction? Oh, you mean my oldest companion. That's very true, Ro. That is, I think my oldest companion as well. Depression and anxiety, I think, only really became my companions. My teens? I think early to mid-teens. Gender dysphoria, I think, was my second companion, but executive dysfunction, ADHD, was definitely my first. Executive dysfunction sounds like the reason why my last girlfriend left me. Wait, I probably shouldn't have said that. What? I mean, it can definitely, like, ADHD and executive dysfunction can seriously impact relationships. In fact, there's a channel called How to ADHD. It's run by somebody who is ADHD, and talks about all sorts of stuff, but one of their videos, maybe two, specifically talks about how it impacts relationships and how you can work through some of that. But it's hard, one of our things is, like, consistency is really, really hard with ADHD. And then there's also the emotional dysregulation that comes with ADHD as well, which is, basically instead of something causing 3 emotion every time, there's an amplification on that, but you still have to deal with it in what people see as a reasonable way. And so that can take a lot, It's fairly difficult living with ADHD, even with meds. Meds make a world of difference, but it's not it doesn't fix anything. It doesn't even put everything back to what I think most neurotypical people deal with. It just gives you, I usually liken it to something like a prosthetic leg, right? A prosthetic leg is good. It enables somebody to do so much. But it's not a real leg, right? It's not. It can't function quite the same as a leg that we grow and get used to over our whole lives. I've been dealing with depression and anxiety since elementary school, but some of my earliest memories I now realize were gender dysphoria. Yeah, it's amazing how early it comes on. I think for me, ADHD, I can remember at the very least at 6 years old. Gender dysphoria, I think, was at the very least like 12 to 13, right? When I lost my soprano voice. Hello, Bokudoku. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Hopefully your day's going well. No talent? Oh, it's an ADHD thing? My bad, my bad. I was making a joke. That was very insensitive of me. I didn't mean to. Very sorry. It's alright. It's not very well known. When people hear ADHD, most of society, I think, hears little boy can't sit still disease. They think it's curable. They think it only happens in boys, i.e. children. And they think it's just a hyperactivity thing, right? Whereas some of the main symptoms of ADHD are short-term memory issues, if you don't know the way memory works, memories have to sit in short-term memory and pass through short-term to get to become long-term memories. So if you have short-term memory issues, then that causes long-term memory issues, right? Also, half of ADHD is inattentiveness. Some people, like me, lean more inattentive. And especially girls and women tend to lean more heavily towards the inattentive side. And one of the issues, well, two of the issues with that. One is that because the inattentive symptoms don't impact people around you quite as much as hyperactivity will, a lot of people with inattentive don't get diagnosed as kids. And then as adults, a lot of society, including some doctors, actually a lot of medical personnel, don't think ADHD happens in adults, that it just, you grow out of it. And that's not how it works, right? People don't grow out of autism, right? Which is another a neuroatypicality. And so yeah, it's but also like the problem, at the very least, I have experience with the US and the Japanese education system, is that neither delves into psych, let alone abnormal psych, right? Things like depression, things like anxiety disorders, things like, even basic things like emotion wheels, right? Mapping them out. There's so many psychological tools and psychiatric tools that we could learn as children to better understand often ourselves and our own struggles, but also everybody else's. And we just don't get taught it. So unless you deal with mental health stuff yourself or have close people that do, often people just don't know at all. Again, people hear ADHD and they hear little boy can't sit still disease, which is, Ro, all my psych is abnormal. Oh, yeah, I feel that. I feel that. It's just to lighten the mood. Well, not really, but also a bit, because it's just too ridiculous. Did you hear, Lethias? No, that is absolutely not lightening the mood. That is absolutely not lightening the mood. Please do not ever utter that name in this stream again. Let's see. Let's see. No talent. I sometimes stop paying attention to a conversation and start listening to the music in my head. It's difficult when they ask questions. Yeah, that's so that sounds like a very ADHD thing. There's actually even a meme that I saw the other day of like an ADHD person and their spouse, right? And their spouse asks them, "Hey, did you know that ADHD people evidently just have music running in their brains 24/7?" And the ADHD spouse asks, Oh, wait, everybody doesn't? And yeah, it's very much. But the problem with our our brains is that it's like, we have browsers open with like, 100 and some odd tabs, and you can't find the one that's playing the music because nobody thought to put the little the playing sound icon on the tabs. And meanwhile, the OS is actively alt-tabbing every once in a while, just randomly. Just randomly alt-tab. 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 Just like, what? Bro, I have got so many trans. Oh no, tab's not trans. Like this, I have a double screen, double tabs, and double screens with more than 10 tabs each. Yeah, I feel that. I think normally I operate with 2 Firefox windows with about 20 to 30 tabs each. That's after paring it down. And then I have another browser that has its own set of tabs, but its organization's better. And so they're organized into, gaming and videos, and then work stuff, like a general tab section. And then I specifically create a new Firefox window that goes on my left screen that just has stream-related tabs for that day. So usually it's, 2 YouTube Studio tabs and a Twitch tab, and maybe if I have music in the background, a tab for that. Yeah, I know that feeling. Bro, every time we hang out, Debbie, I feel like we're just crashing our browsers together. That's sort of how ADHD plus ADHD conversations are, right? And like, we don't really mind. It's just like, I just go from topic to topic, and like, if we really want to, go back to a topic, if we remember, you just, segue back to it, or you just ask to go back to it, and cool. And like, topics naturally just flow through a bunch of topics. No talent. I also don't have a party voice filter, so when I'm at a party, I can't hear what people are saying to me, even though it's perfectly clear for everyone else. So just nod and look really stupid. It's just cause I can't filter what they're actually saying. Then people are like, oh, he's really shy and awkward. It's just because I can't filter out background noise. I don't remember whether this was ADHD or ADHD and autism, but we tend to have auditory processing issues. Mine is counterbalanced a little bit because as musicians, we're trained, right, to take apart layers of a musical piece, even if parts are playing simultaneously, right? So we were trained in this, and so I get like a +3 from that, but like a -5 from the ADHD, and like parties are absolutely one thing. Definitely hard, and I've gotten really good at asking for people to repeat themselves without insulting them or like making them feel bad about it, I should say, not insulting. But also like back when I worked as a chef for 4 or 5 years, right? No, maybe it was 3 or 4. The kitchens are super loud environments, right? Even we had a small kitchen, I think max we had was 5 or 6 people at once, but the things are cooking, the ovens are going, the fans are going. Good gods, the fans. If the fans stop, we had that one day, all of the metal cabinetry starts becoming almost untouchable because they're so hot. And also like heat stroke issues, right? Like it's really bad. But like all of that makes so much noise. Bro, I hear sounds a ton. Music, I can take it apart just like that. Words, forget it. I hear you, I understand you. I just did it in another tab and haven't read it yet. Oh gods. And then you ask, hey, can you say that again? And you get like 1 or 2 words in, and then the whole thing auto-completes in your head, right? And then you go, oh, right. Oh, the other thing, this happens to me way too often, is I miss one keyword, usually a noun, usually the subject of the sentence, and then I have to ask them to repeat the thing. And when I ask them to repeat the thing, I say repeat, right? As in like, please say that exact line again, same words, right? I'm not trying to explain it to me. Just do the just rewind, replay, so that I can get that key word, because that's all I need. Yep, I heard it. Then went what, and then kept going because Cap Brain caught up. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no doubt. There's also this really strange thing. When I hear music, I have a really hard time telling what the notes are, especially if it's really complex harmony. But I can just hear it looking at the sheet music. I don't understand. It should go both ways, but it doesn't. That's a unique one. That might be... I mean, I know for me, because most of my experience is up in the treble range, right? Piano I did for a short number of years at the very beginning, but otherwise we're talking violin, flute, sax, trumpet, plus singing soprano, right? And then once my vocal range dropped to bass and basso profundo, like I didn't really do singing, so I didn't have to read bass clef. So like most of my ear training is also up in that register, so I can pick apart the things up in like the treble range. But once it gets into the bass range, I just have issues. I just can't. It all sounds like this. I don't know. It sounds like a soup, not a sandwich with like clear layers. Maybe it's something like that where your training has something to do with it. No talent. It's like I can't look at sheet music and hear it. I have to sight read the sheet music, as in like. Usually whistling is what I use, but read the sheet music via whistling. And then I can hear what it sounds like, right? Yeah, that's... Lathias, do you think me having trouble hearing things like bars can have something to do with ADD, ADHD? Potentially. By itself, it probably isn't too much of a marker. If you already have another handful of ADHD symptoms, yeah, very well could be. Although bars are loud. And like, I've almost never been in a bar that plays at a volume where I'm comfortable without earplugs. Like I literally, back when I was, doing live events most of the time, I would go around with a set of earplugs in the inside pocket of my coat. And then this coat, I wore everywhere. If it was too hot, I would just take it off and, put it over my arm. But always pair of earplugs. Because most videos I went to, they always had the music up too loud. And then the people were trying to talk over it, right? So, like bars being too loud, or not being able to hear in bars, I would be surprised if you could hear clearly in bars consistently. That said, with ADHD, that would be a nightmare. I know I have ADHD. It's just like whenever I'm in locations with too many background noise, I can only hear the main noise and focus on that. Anything else becomes a second priority to my ears. Maybe. Usually, with ADHD auditory processing, we just become unable to extract that main sound from the background noise, and it just becomes a muddle. Yeah. Oh. Let's see. Did I... Okay, it's like I always have background filled with stuff like order. I swear it's not a problem. Wait a minute. Are you talking in terms of sound? Oh, just in terms of stuff. I mean, that can be a number of things. Cleaning is hard with ADHD, or keeping a space consistently clean. I know I definitely pick and choose my battles. Like my desk has fairly proper sorting, and like my bowl, my singular bowl that I use every day, and my cutlery have a certain sorting, and my bed area and my clothes that I hang up have a certain sorting. But like beyond that, it can, I think those are the battles that I mostly pick, and the rest of it is, that is a very defensive battle. Ro, I'm kind of fair at sight reading, but not great, and I don't have perfect pitch, but like, hand me an instrument and let me doodle for a bit, and I can put a lot of music together by ear. It's wild. I used to be able to catch up and cover parts from sections across the band just by listening to the band playing for a bit. Ah, yeah, that speaks to a good ear and a good musical memory. And also, like, there's some comfort with the instrument too, right? The more comfort you have, the easier that becomes. But I definitely feel that there's tracking parts from across the orchestra in certain pieces is, yeah. So, cello parts, a lot of the time they get stuck playing the boring, like, bass parts, right? Which tend to be a lot of long notes. Or like the rhythmic parts, which are also, the rhythmic parts are the worst. They're the hardest because rhythmic parts make you rush. You always want to rush. It's just a thing with rhythmic notes. Like just the same thing over and over again. But there's like, you get no recognition for it. But then, now and again, they get just these drop dead gorgeous parts. And in smaller ensembles, they get more of those, which is nice. But even in orchestras, they get, D, B, F sharp, G, D, G? Let me, wait a minute. I don't recognize that. Oh, I was playing it way too fast. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. That is absolutely the cello part for Bardccubus Canon in D. Classical musicians that play a lot of weddings get sick and tired of that piece because it gets, basically every wedding wants it. Gorgeous piece. But the cello part, good gods, the cello part. No talent. To be fair, bass notes intervals can sound muddy. Like major thirds in the bass is completely different from in the treble. Interesting. I'm glad it's you saying it, not me, because I'm not familiar enough with bass to be able to say that. And I usually can't tell what the lyrics are unless I have headphones on or I listen several times, though I think I listen to more music with lyrics than Tavi does. I still prefer instrumentals. Yeah, lyrics are... Oh, yeah, picking out lyrics from music is definitely difficult. Gods, even with headphones, it can be difficult. It sucks because you used to have incredible audio processing because your brain was faster. I could just brute force it, yes? Yeah. Matthias, I don't want to talk about cleaning up. I'll skip this topic. That's all right. Going to sleep. It's 07. Have a nice day, Yon. Thanks for existing. Of course. Thanks for coming. Hopefully you have hopefully sleep finds you quickly and you have a nice, restful night of sleep. Night-night. Sweet dreams. Girl, I'm a saxophonist and I'm sick and tired of that piece. But to be honest, I played trombone for a bit, and songs like that were boring as heck, especially if you were playing lower parts. Yeah. On Trumbo 3 one year, there was a song that nearly vibrated my lips off because I never went faster than a quarter note or higher than G3. Oi. Oi. Oh, yeah. It's the lower brass, especially like with lower orchestral strings, it's not too bad, right? The once you get down to bass, you actually have to compensate for the slowness by actually starting the note like some number of some 100 milliseconds beforehand, so that the string actually sounds and travels to the audience at the same time as everybody else does. But yeah, with brass, the vibrations are like. So I played trumpet, but I've tried basically every other. Well, I suppose I played baritone at some point too for a number of. God, that must have been like a year or two, maybe. But yeah, the larger mouthpieces just. But like much worse. Whereas with trumpet and. God, poor French horns, their mouthpiece is tiny. That's its own problems, but with trumpet, it's just that sort of sound. I can't do it with my lungs anymore. I have to do mouth pressure, but yeah, it's just fairly easy. Granted, getting the higher notes on a trumpet, with getting the embouchure for those higher notes is a royal pain in the arse. Well, royal pain in the lips, honestly. The embouchure muscles to the side of your lips. And not quite your cheeks, between your cheeks, no. Between your cheeks and your lip. Nobody take that the wrong way. They tried to make me play bass trombone at one point, and I was like, yeah, no, this is horrid. Yeah. Oh. Definitely same with low brass. You have to attack the note a little earlier and harder, and all you get is a sad wheeze. Oh, yeah. My range on brass instruments was always rather atrocious. Woodwinds ruined my embouchure for brass. Really? I remember at least some of the muscles being similar. Here I am making weird mouth shapes. Trying to remember what it feels like to play a flute, which is... So open hole woodwinds. You have to... with woodwinds, there's a thing called a fipple. The fipple is a thing that splits the airstream. On the underside of an ocarina, you'll see a little opening with a slant to it. That's its fipple. With an open hole flute, the fipple is actually the far rim of the mouth hole. I don't know what it's called. Like the main opening that you blow into, the far rim. You're using that as a fipple. And that's why the first few, depends on the person, but the first however many days, however many weeks are spent trying to get that angle and stream size and speed just right. It's a little finicky, but once you get it, it's pretty universal through most open hole instruments. I never did try playing flute. It's a lot of fun. It's gorgeous. I wouldn't recommend playing the piccolo. That will absolutely blast your ears out. But flute is wonderful. Piccolos are evil. Yeah, they harm the listener just as much as the player. As a note. Evil little instrument. It is, isn't it, in a lot of ways. I am super surprised that our band teachers neglected to tell us, hey, wear earplugs. Especially when you're playing outside. in like either a marching band or a pep band sort of environment. Gods. Oh, ow. Playing piccolo is an act of violence? Absolutely. Absolutely. Honestly, it feels similar to a bagpipe. Or at least the Highland pipes. There's another sort of bagpipe that I forget the actual name of. It's a little mellower, and I seem to remember it having a longer or a wider range and maybe a more chromatic feel to it. Yeah, whereas Highland pipes are pentatonic, so it's 5 notes. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. And then 8 is the same as 1, an octave, right? Hence oct, which is where the name Octavia comes from. The 8th daughter, which is not used too frequently. I think the only famous, there's like 3 or 4 famous Octavias maybe. One of them is from the old Roman times, Greek times. Octavia the Younger. Oh yeah, our flute section usually had 3 piccolo players, and they would carry over the entire ensemble across the football field in pouring rain with their heads in a tuba. Yeah. Like, so lower notes carry through solid material really well, right? So you're more likely to hear the bass from your neighbor rather than the highs, because the high parts tend not to go through walls very well, or solid material, whereas bass goes through solid material really, really well. If you've seen Lord of the Rings, you see Aragorn put his ear to the ground, and he can hear the thumping of the marching orcs, however far along in the plains. And then like the rest of the woodwinds, slower parts of the woodwinds, or even any reasonable parts of the woodwinds, just doesn't carry very well, and but they still sort of carry over lower parts. But horns are just so much better at putting out sheer volume, and that's how they get it. Like that's saxes, trumpets, right? They're horn instruments, and good gods, they can put out volume like woodwinds absolutely cannot. Vivi, my name isn't Octavia, but you can pretend it is. I will hold off on that. I think I have enough things I'm juggling at the moment. But Vivian, how do we tell you apart if we pretend your name is Octavia? Which is let's see. Which is why a bad saxophone player is far, far worse than a bad clarinet player. Yes, absolutely. The other thing is the timbre of the sound itself. So, like the clarinet has this very rounded sound. If you look at the waveform, so there's sine waves, square waves, sawtooth waves, which is exactly what it sounds like. So the squares are just like the crenellation on castles. Up, sideways, down, sideways, up, sideways, down, sideways. Sine waves are the nice, smooth, the ones that that produce that like super rounded tone. And then sawtooth, which is exactly what it sounds like. 45 degrees up, 45 degrees down, 45 degrees up, 45 degrees down. And generally sounds are a combination of these 3 along with, so this creates the timbre, written timbre, and then you have the initial note, the pitch, and then a bunch of different pitches above that, which are called overtones, that also has some maybe that is the thing that creates the balance between the three waveforms. Is that what it was? Now I'm forgetting. Vivian, I'm Egg Octavia, you're Music Octavia. Ro Lunatic Tech can be Ascended Octavia. Wait, what did she ascend to? Better VTuber tracking? Because holy cow, Ro, your tracking is crisp. Speaking of, I mean, I figure everyone here already follows Ro, but if you aren't, go follow her. Cat Girl Queen, absolutely wonderful, wonderful streams. PG-13. So if you're very much not you know, the what do you call it? You know, profanities and lewdry. If that's not your style, Ro is just, yeah, absolutely the sort of thing for you, I think. Oh, you Angel, thank you for the shout out. Of course, of course. I need to do shout outs more. Unfortunately, often when I'm doing things, I totally forget that shout outs are even a thing. I don't have a bot to do it for me. I generally don't have Twitch mods to do it for me. MJ's not around too much right now, and then Vivian likes YouTube, and then Hadu is I think my only real active Twitch mod, but is in and out. That said, like, it's with my streams, it's not too bad. But having having mods around to do the shoutouts would be nice. So those are like those little extra tasks, side tasks. I don't know. Anyway, I think we've probably gone on. Oh dear, is it? Oh, it's the 3-hour mark already. Let's see. Vian, I watch on YouTube because I don't get notified about anyone else's stream here, so I know to catch it. Aha. Sorry if I've not been super present today. Not at all. Nothing to apologize for. Yeah, I've got to boost the Fetty post, and I think we'll do ads again real quick, just so that we don't start getting pre-rolls. I will see you in 3 minutes, chat, and then we can start back in on the reading. Hey, Ro, did I ever do the sip from 22 minutes ago? I didn't see that pop up, gods. Oh, I really need to spend some time doing doing notifications. Okay, well let me make good on the redeem. There we go. Nice solid sip. I think we'll probably finish out the stream before the end of this next hour. As much as these streams are much less physically stressful on my body, I do still get tired after 3 or 4 hours, so. Now, did I miss anything? Good, I don't think I did. Alright, let me do... Okay, there we go. And That looks good for now. Okay, let me take a couple of deep breaths here. Because I think I've forgotten to over the last however long we've been on this tangent, I think. And I suppose with reading, I tend to mostly concentrate on not breathing in a super audible way, not a right? Trying to even out the air streams between my nose and my mouth so that I'm getting a lot more air for less airspeed. Airflow. Does that still count speed? But also getting, thinking about solid breath support too. Because it feels so weird thinking about breath support after, really 2 decades of not really singing, right? I'm fairly sure 12-year-old me knew, 11 and 12-year-old me knew breath support much better than me, except for maybe like the last year or two. Okay, and welcome back, Twitch. I'm going to try to get some sleep. Have a wonderful night, Tavi. Have a great night, chat. Be nice to Tavi. I don't know. Chat might bully me. I don't know. I don't know if I'm... Oh, Aurora. We can't just walk on my keyboard. It's, I know a lot of, at least some of the VTuber friends that I know get, not bullying, but, jesting, shall we say. Where most people are, well, everybody's like actually smiling and having fun. But I don't think I'm very, maybe I'm not the sort of person that people want to do that to. Maybe I don't seem very bullyable. Vivian, I may or may not fall asleep. Very tired. That's okay. I mean, just look at the title of the stream. Alright, let us read maybe 2 or 3 more pieces here. Why would I want to bully Octavia? For fun. Well, tease, sorry, not bully. Tease is the word I was looking for. I don't know if I'm very teasable or not. Or whether people view me as very, very teasable or not. Dave! Hello, welcome. It's been a little while. How's your day been so far? How have your last few weeks been? Just caught us as we were about to get into some more books. You're just on a tangent and petering out from that particular tangent. Vivian, I played the 5th on if I want to tease Octavia or not. Okay. And of course, I do mean on stream. Let's see. So, Dave, wait, Dave, have you been to one of my reading streams before? Oops, sorry. Some working got done. New, old phone. Oh, first time. Okay. So, mostly I'm reading short snippets of fantasy. This could be anything from a lot of what we read has been books from within the Elder Scrolls games. So they tend to be, short stories that are they write so many books for each game. They can't just, write whole books. They're usually short stories, maybe like 1 to 2 pages on a full screen browser. That sort of length, or little snippets of various things. I think we've read a little bit of Discworld, The Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett. We've read a fun little short story called They're Made of Meat, which is a back and forth conversation between 2 aliens that have discovered sentient meat humans. That was today. We've various requests, and again, it's if you'd like to request something that you'd like to hear in my voice, I'm fairly open to reading things. Generally, nothing real world, nothing political. My goal is generally not to remind people of that sort of thing, especially not at bedtime. And so, hence a lot of fantasy, right? Even if certain things happen in fantasy, there's a certain layer of there's a barrier there between fantasy and our world, and it's a little easier to it's I suppose a buffer layer. And aside from that, some 1 or 2 excerpts from certain fanfics that I'm fond of, which actually was one of the ones I was going to close out with. But yeah. In other streams we've done reading for, an hour and a bit, and then games. Today I figured it's just, start late. Nice bedtime stories for everyone. Dave, more like get out of bedtime out here, but over here, but I see. Fair enough. Then for you, it'll just be hopefully soothing story time. Or maybe a chance to geek out about the Elder Scrolls. And pretty open to any other sort of any other fantasy world as well. The Elder Scrolls is just my current go-to because I know that there are a lot of books involved in each Elder Scrolls game. And also because I'm somewhat familiar with the Elder Scrolls lore. And so it's, I don't have to... Only some of the names are ones that I have to sight read, as opposed to, that's if I was reading something that I didn't know at all of the names would be things that I was unfamiliar with, right? Whereas like with if I see Emperor Uriel Septim the Seventh, right? I know that name. I can't place the man, but I at least know the name. Now, let us see. So this is called the Oblivion Crisis. This is a book from the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, recounting events of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion and the Oblivion crisis that took place in that game. The Oblivion crisis. At the turning of the Fourth Age, in the year 433 of the Third Era, the Emperor Uriel Septim VII was assassinated, and the Amulet of Kings was destroyed. This set in motion a chain of events that would bring down an empire and change forever the relationship between man and the gods. The assassins first attacked the Emperor in the White Gold Tower, while the Blades held them back. The Emperor made his way down to the dungeons to a secret escape route built into one of the prison cells. For reasons known only to himself, the Emperor pardoned the unfortunate prisoner in that cell. Some say the prisoner reminded him of a childhood friend. Others say it was a moment of prophecy. Whatever the case, the prisoner came to play a fateful role in the history of the Empire and Tamriel, surely a sign that the gods themselves were at work. The pursuing assassins killed the Blade's bodyguards in a relentless series of sneak attacks. Eventually, they struck down the Emperor himself. Before he fell, Uriel Septim VII gave the Amulet of Kings to the prisoner, who somehow made it outside of the Imperial sewers and into the light of day. The assassination is now known to have been the work of a group of Daedric cultists known as the Mythic Dawn. Those who still suspect the Dark Brotherhood should consider two facts. First, they would have only needed a single assassin, not a small army of them. Second, the Dark Brotherhood would never be so foolish as to effectively declare war on the Empire and thus ensure their complete destruction. Witness to the eventual fate of the Mythic Dawn. The Amulet of Kings next surfaces at the Waynon Priory near Coral. Joffre, secret Grandmaster of the Blades and head of the Priory, took possession of the amulet. The messenger was set off to Kvatch to find a lowly priest named Martin Septim. Unbeknownst even to himself, Martin was the bastard son of Uriel Septim VII and the last heir to the Ruby Throne. He alone could use the Amulet of Kings to light the dragon fires that wards the barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion and save the world from the Mythic Dawn plot. The prisoner arrived at Kvatch to find it overrun by Daedra that had poured in from a newly opened Oblivion Gate, the start of the empire-spanning devastation of the Oblivion Crisis. How the prisoner closed the gate is not recorded. Once closed, Martin and the surviving Kvatch guardsmen drove back the Daedra, now known as the Hero of Kvatch. The prisoner and Martin returned to Waynon Priory, only to find the priory sacked and the amulet taken. Joffre survived the attack, however, and the three of them made their way to Cloud Ruler Temple, bastion of the Blades. This secret fortress in the mountains outside Bruma is where Martin was held safe while the Hero of Kvatch searched for the lost amulet. Knowing only... Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Knowing only that a mysterious group called the Mythic Dawn was behind the assassination and thief of the amulet, the hero of Kavach was sent to locate the cult. With the help of Balrus, a blade in service to the Emperor, they somehow used the commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes, esoteric works by the madman Mankar Cameron, to direct them to the Mythic Dawn's secret lair. Scholars familiar with the commentaries claim the location is not directly mentioned in them. How they did this remains a mystery. No official record exists of how the hero of Kavach penetrated the Mythic Dawn's lair near Lake Arius. There is a bardic tale that claims the hero used trickery and disguise, but that is just speculation. What was discovered there is that Mankar Cameron was behind the Mythic Dawn, and that the group worshipped the Daedric prince Mehrunes Dagon. Mankar Cameron believed himself to be a direct descendant of the Cameron Usurper, the infamous pretender to the throne of Valenwood. Somehow the hero escaped with the Mysterium Xerxes itself, the holy book of the Mythic Dawn cult. Mankar Cameron fled to oblivion with the Amulet of Kings. With some effort and great risk to his sanity, Martin deciphered the Mysterium Xerxes and intended to use it to open a gateway to Mankar Cameron in order to recover the Amulet of Kings. Before Martin could do the ritual to open the gateway, Mehrunes Dagon opened an oblivion gate outside Bruma. The hero of Kavach saved the city, and Martin, by entering the gate and closing it before the Daedric siege engine could destroy Bruma and the Cloud Ruler Temple. Many songs and stories have been told of this battle, and I will not retell them here. The hero of Kavach was now known as the Savior of Bruma. With the city and Cloud Ruler Temple safe, Martin opened the portal to Mankar Cameron's paradise. The details of what transpired in this place have not been recorded. All that is known is that the Savior of Bruma traveled to this paradise, killed Mankar Cameron, and returned with the Amulet of Kings. With the Amulet of Kings in hand, Martin Septim presented himself to the Elder Council to be crowned Emperor of all Tamriel. Once crowned, he planned to relight the dragon fires and seal Tamriel from oblivion. In a last-ditch attempt to stop him, Mehrunes Dagon launched an assault on the Imperial City, opening several oblivion gates within the capital itself. Uncrowned, Martin joined the battle in the city streets. Mehrunes Dagon himself left Oblivion and entered Tamriel, breaking the covenant. Only the unlit dragon fires allowed this to be possible. Now the barrier was ripped asunder. It was too late to relight the fires. Martin Septim chose to make the ultimate sacrifice. He shattered the Amulet of Kings to become the avatar of the god Akatosh and do battle with Mehrunes Dagon. Records of this battle vary wildly. What we do know is that Mehrunes Dagon was defeated and sent back into oblivion. The avatar of Akatosh was turned to stone and can be seen to this day in the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the amulet gone, the dragon fire is quenched, and the last Dragonblood Emperor dead, the barrier to oblivion is sealed forever. And that, How's a recounting of the Oblivion Crisis? By the way, Dave, I don't know if you're in Discord, so I mostly said it there, but we have new emotes. Even if you don't have a sub. I think there's at least 5 emotes that are in the free tier. That one's in the sub tier. Unfortunately, the free tier is you don't have to be a sub. Tops are accepted. No. That's a slightly false dichotomy. It's subs and doms. Tops and subs. No, tops and bottoms. There we go. Huh. But also, it could be subs and soups. Is it a sandwich or is it a soup? Oh yeah, I always get those confused. That's fair. I think a lot of society gets them confused. But as your resident succubard / Bardccubus, it is probably my job to know that particular one at least. Now let's see. So this next one is a slightly long one. We'll do this one, and then we'll also do the intro to the Celestia code, and then I think we'll leave it there. So this book is a book from... Oh, interesting. The Elder Scroll 3 Blood Moon. Ah, this is one of the expansions for Morrowind. Dave, I use a new app to watch. Still need to find my way around it a bit. For emotes, actually, if you type colon and then a letter. In my case, all of my emotes are prefixed with Octavi63. Not my choice, as a note. Most likely, it will pop up with various options that match that text. Wait, Dave already used an emote in here? Did they? I don't see it. I see your text. Oh. Wow. How did I miss that? Where did I miss that? Oh, there it is. You did use an emote. Okay. I have been worrying for no reason at all. So this is a book called Eivor Stonesinger from the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. And this is a grandfather telling a story. And that doesn't really work, but I have menus. Oh, that works as well. Yeah, if you have an emote menu. The current channel's emotes probably show up farther close to the top. I know in Twitch itself, usually it's your favorite emotes, most frequently used emotes, and then the next section down is that channel's emotes, and then from there on, I have no clue how it sorts it. It just feels absolutely random. Let me take a sip here real quick. All right. So this is Avar Stonesinger. Sit quietly, child, and listen, for the story I tell is a story of the ages. But what is it, grandfather? Is it a story of heroes and beasts? The grandfather looked patiently at the child. He was growing into a fine boy. Soon he would see the value in the stories, the lessons that were taught to each generation. Just listen, child. Let the story take root in your heart. In a time before now, long before now, when the Skull were new, there was peace in the land. The sun was hot, the crops grew long, the people were happy in the peace that the Allmaker provided. But the Skull grew complacent and lazy. They took for granted the lands and all the gifts the Allmaker had given them. They forgot, or chose not to remember, that the adversary is always watching, and that he delights in tormenting the Allmaker and his chosen people. And so it was that the adversary came to be among the Skull. The adversary has many aspects. He appears in the unholy beasts and the incurable plague. At the end of seasons, we will know him as Thartog, the World Devourer. But in these ages, he came to be known as the Greedy Man. The Greedy Man, that is what we call him, for to speak his name would certainly bring ruin on the people, lived among the Skull for many months. Perhaps he was once just a man, but when the adversary entered into him, he became a Greedy Man. That is how he was remembered. It came to be one day that the powers of the Skull left him. The strength left the arms of the warriors, and the shaman could no longer summon the beasts to their side. The elders thought that surely the Allmaker was displeased, and some suggested that the Allmaker had left them forever. It was then that the Greedy Man appeared to them and spoke. You of the Skull have grown fat and lazy. You have stolen gifts of your Allmaker. I have stolen the oceans, so you will forever know thirst. I have stolen the lands and the trees and the sun, so your crops will wither and die. I have stolen the beasts, so you will go hungry, and I have stolen the winds, so you will live without the spirit of the Allmaker. And until one of you reclaims these gifts, the Skull will live in misery and despair, for I am the Greedy Man, and that is my nature. And the Greedy Man disappeared. The members of the Skull spoke for many days and nights. They knew that one of them must retrieve the gifts of the Allmaker, but they could not decide who it should be. I cannot go, said the elder, for I must stay to lead the skull and tell our people what is law. I cannot go, said the warrior, for I must protect the Skull. My sword will be needed in case the Greedy Man reappears. I cannot go, said the shaman. The people need my wisdom. I must read the portents and offer my knowledge. It was then that a young man called Avar lifted his voice. He was strong of arm and fleet of foot, though he was not yet a warrior of the skull. I will go, said Avar, and the skull laughed. Hear me out, the boy continued. I am not yet a warrior, so my sword will not be needed. I cannot read the portents, so the people will not seek my counsel. And I am young, and not yet wise in the ways of the law. I will retrieve the gifts of the Allmaker from the greedy man. If I cannot, I will not be missed. The skull thought on this briefly, and decided to let Avar go. He left the village the next morning to retrieve the gifts. Avar first set out to retrieve the gift of water, so he traveled to the Waterstone. It was there the Allmaker first spoke to him. Travel down to the sea and follow the swimmer to the waters of life. So Avar walked to the edge of the ocean, and there was the swimmer, a black horker sent from the Allmaker. The swimmer dove into the waters and swam very far and far again. Avar was strong, though, and he swam hard. He followed the swimmer to a cave, swimming deeper and deeper, his lungs burning and his limbs exhausted. At last he found a pocket of air, and there, in the dark, he found the waters of life. Gathering his strength, he took the waters and swam back to the shore. Upon returning to the Waterstone, the Allmaker spoke. You have returned the gift of water to the skull. The oceans again will bear fruit, and their thirst will be quenched. Avar then travelled to the Earthstone, and there the Allmaker spoke to him again. Enter the cave of the hidden music, and hear the song of the earth. So Avar travelled north and east to the cave of the hidden music. He found himself in a large cavern where the rocks hung from the ceiling and grew from the ground itself. He listened there and heard the song of the earth, but it was faint. Grabbing up his mace, he struck the rocks of the floor in time with the song, and the song grew louder until it filled the cavern and his heart. Then he returned to the Earthstone. The gift of the earth is with the skull again, said the Allmaker. The lands are rich again and will bear life. Avar was tired. As the sun burned him, the trees offered no shade, and there was no wind to cool him. Still, he travelled on to Beast Rock, and the Allmaker spoke. I lost my place. There we go. There it is. Find the good beast and ease his suffering. Avar travelled through the woods of the Isenfir for many hours until he heard the cries of a bear from over a hill. As he crested a hill, he saw the bear, a farmer's arrow piercing its neck. He checked the woods for the farmer, for that is what they were, though some say they are not, and finding none, approached the beast. He spoke soothing words and came upon it slowly, saying, Good beast, I mean you no harm. The Allmaker sent me to ease your suffering. Hearing these words, the bear ceased his struggles and laid his head at Avar's feet. Avar grasped the arrow and pulled it out of the beast's neck. Give me one little second here. Using the little nature magic he knew, Avar tended the wound. though it took the last bit of his strength. As the bear's wound closed, Ivar slept. When he awoke, the bear stood over him, and the remains of a number of Falmer were strewn about. He knew that the good beast had protected him during the night. He travelled back to Beast Rock, the bear by his side, and the All-Maker spoke to him again. You have protected the gift of the beasts. Once again, the good beasts will feed the skull when they are hungry, clothe them when they are cold, and protect them in times of need. Avar's strength had returned, so he travelled on to the tree stone, though the good beast did not follow him. When he arrived, the All-Father spoke to him. The first trees are gone and must be replanted. Find the seed and plant the first tree. Ivar travelled again through the Herstang forest, searching for the seeds of the first tree, but he could find none. Then he spoke to the tree spirits, the living trees. They told him that the seeds had been stolen by one of the Falmer, for they are servants of the adversary, and this Falmer was hiding them deep in the forest, so that none would ever find them. Ivar travelled to the deepest part of the forest, and there he found the evil Falmer surrounded by the lesser tree spirits. Ivar could see that the spirits were in his thrall, though he had used the magic of the seeds and spoken the secret magic of the seeds and spoken their secret name. Ivar knew he could not stand against such a force, and that he must retrieve the seeds in secret. Ivar reached into his pouch and drew out his flint. Gathering leaves, he started a small fire outside the clearing, where the Falmer and the ensorcelled spirits milled. All the skull know the spirits' hatred of fire, for the fires ravage the trees they serve. At once the nature of the spirits took hold, and they rushed to quell the flames. During the commotion, Ivar snuck behind the Falmer and snatched the pouch of seeds, stealing away before the evil being knew they were gone. When Ivar returned to the tree stone, he planted the tree in the ground, and the All-Maker spoke to him. The gifts of the trees is restored. Once again, the plants and trees will bloom and grow, and provide nourishment and shade. Ivar was tired, for the sun would only burn, and the winds would not yet cool him. But he rested briefly in the shade of the trees. His legs were weary and his eyes heavy, but he continued on traveling to the Sunstone. Again the All-Maker spoke. The gentle warmth of the sun is stolen, so now it only burns. Free the sun from the halls of penumbra. And so Ivar walked west over the frozen lands until he reached the halls of penumbra. The air inside was thick and heavy, and he could see no further than the end of his arm. Still, he felt his way along the walls, though he heard the shuffling of feet and knew that this place held the unholy beasts who would tear his flesh and eat his bones. For hours he crept along, until he saw a faint glow far at the end of the hall. There, from behind a sheet of perfect ice, came a glow so bright he had to shut his eyes lest they be forever blinded. He plucked the flaming eye from one of the unholy beasts and threw it at the ice with all his might. A small crack appeared in the ice, then grew larger. Slowly the light crept out between the cracks, widening them, splitting the ice wall into pieces. Aurora, please don't step on the keyboard. With a deafening crack, the wall crumbled, and the light rushed over to Avar and through the holes. He heard the shrieks of the unholy beasts as they were blinded and burnt. He ran out of the holes, following the light, and collapsed on the ground outside. When he was able to rise again, the sun again warmed him, and he was glad for that. He traveled back to the Sunstone, where the Allmaker spoke to him. The gift of the sun is the skull. The gift of the sun is the skulls once again. It will warm them and give them light. Avar had one final gift he had to recover. The gift of the winds. So he traveled to the Windstone, far on the eastern coast of the island. As he arrived, the Allmaker spoke to him, giving him his final task. Find the greedy man and release the wind from its captivity. So Avar wandered the land in search of the greedy man. He looked in the trees, but the greedy man did not hide there, nor did he hide near the ocean or the deep caves, and the beasts had not seen him in the dark forest. Finally, Avar came to a crooked house, and he knew that here he would find the greedy man. "Who are you?" shouted the greedy man, "that you would come to my house?" "I am Avar of the Skull," said Avar. "I am no warrior, shaman, or elder. If I do not return, I will not be missed, but I have returned the oceans, and the earth, the trees, the beasts, and the sun, and I will return the winds to my people, that we may feel the spirit of the Allmaker in our souls again." And with that, he grabbed up the greedy man's bag and tore it open. The winds rushed out with gale force, sweeping the greedy man up and carrying him far, far off the island. Avar breathed in the winds and was glad. He walked back to the Windstone, where the Allmaker spoke to him a final time. "You have done well, Avar. You, the least of the Skull, have returned my gifts to them. The greedy man is gone for now, and should not trouble your people again in your lifetime. Your Allmaker is pleased. Go now, and live according to your nature." And Avar started back to the Skull village. And then what happened, Grandfather? What do you mean, child? He went home. No, when he returned to the village, the child continued, was he made a warrior? Or taught the ways of the shaman? Did he lead the Skull in battle? I do not know. That is where the story ends, said the grandfather. But that is not an ending. That's not how stories end. The old man laughed and got up from his chair. Is it not? And that was Avar Stonesinger. Something of nearly an origin story for the Skull, which I believe you see the Skull, you meet the Skull in Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Which expansion was it? It was Dragonborn? It might have been the Dragonborn expansion. I think I'm getting that name right. Alright, and one final reading for the day. This is the introduction to the Celestia Code by Esau. Oh, what are you peeking at, Boku? The Celestia Code by Esau. In Chapter 1, The Treasure Room. as I watched the books burn among the ruins, I couldn't help the near instinctive urges that jolted through me like electricity. I could save them. A small shield spell around the fire would starve it of oxygen almost immediately, and when the heap had cooled enough not to reignite, I could... But I had set them burning for a reason, and it was already too late to save them. The fire wasn't small like the countless ones I had set in the fireplace of my bedroom above the library. Those fires had been comforting. Their gentle heat, their flames waving slowly, almost like Celestia's mane when backlit by the sun. I shook my head to clear it and brought myself back to reality. The bonfire hissed and roared, flames and burning bits of paper leaping skyward. The heat was sharp and uncomfortable, even at a dozen lengths distance. My mane fluttered in the breeze caused by the air rushing in to feed the blaze, as if in mockery of the ethereal motion of Celestia's. I felt nauseous again. If I could reverse the chemical reaction, flip entropy around, perhaps the failsafe spell. No. It was beyond my power. I was just panicking in a silent, cerebral way. What had been done could not be undone. Even books that had been written by some wooden-headed ideologue who wouldn't know the scientific method if it bucked her in the teeth were nearly sacred to me. My reverence didn't stop me from adding a note of scathing commentary in the margins, but to actually, deliberately destroy a book was unthinkable until that night. Until I set fire to scores of unique manuscripts that bore knowledge recorded nowhere else in the world, destroying them forever. It was a crime I could never forgive myself for, but it was an act that was unquestionably necessary. Twilight, came a voice from the darkness behind me. Twilight, where are you? I groaned and squeezed my eyes shut. Unquestionably necessary, but impossible to explain or justify. Only a few short days before, I couldn't even have imagined this appalling situation. And that is the intro to Chapter 1 of the Celestia Code by Esau, I-I-S-A-W. Ignis! You've revived, so were you dead once? Been worried for a while. Feels like we haven't seen you in... Gods, 2-3 months now, maybe longer? Feels like you stepped in once or twice a few months ago and then poof. How have you been? We've missed you. You're here for the very tail end of one of my reading streams. Working, tired as hell. Well, I suppose with a toddler, it's not too surprising between work and I mean, a toddler is full-time work for at least one person, if not two. But a toddler plus work on top of that must be... Oh. I hope you and your partner are surviving decently. Not being driven too batty by a toddler. As for me, wait until she realizes I'm a single dad. Oh, wait, are you a single dad? Really? Did I know this already? See, this is how long it's been, Ignis. This is how long it's been. It's wonderful to see you back. You have the custody? That's... oh... That must be... I never told, actually. Hopefully it's... Oh, I'm surprised you were able to even peek your head in. Peek your head into stream, I mean. But yeah, it's long COVID for me has been a real issue and physical drain. And then for about a week over Valentine's Day, I was sick. And then a week after that, I was still physically feeling... I didn't have the acute symptoms, like the coughing, that sort of like the symptoms, but I still felt really heavy and without energy. So I'm still working back up to energy levels where I can actually play music. But in the meantime, I've been doing reading. I've been doing some games. I'm gonna say finally some vacations from work. My kiddo's leaving. I saw you were on live. Decided to say hello. Oh, thank you. I was treating us as if we were evil for real. No. If we were evil, we probably wouldn't be in this situation. Evil people seem to get off fairly decently in life. Generally, it's the good people that tend to suffer. Let's see. I wonder. Maybe we'll read one more thing. Because I would hate to have you poke your head into stream just to hear one last story and then, Although I do have to find the folder where I've put all of my reading stuff. Is it way down here? There it is. Don't worry. I'm gonna be on vacation for months, so I can pass. At another stream if you're feeling sleepy. No. I'm not feeling sleepy. Also, maybe, I wonder if you've, last time you were here, we were already streaming to YouTube and to Twitch? So that's definitely one of the things that I started maybe October of last year. But yeah, so reading, gaming, and then hopefully music at least once or twice this weekend. It's Unfortunately, I'm not nearly as busy as you, but like I'm in a physical state where oh, you even followed me over on Twitch. Ah. The basically if I want to even do quick cooking things in the kitchen, 20 minutes, I actually have to get a bar stool and bring it in so that I can sit as much as I can manage. Because even that drains a lot of my energy. And then eating. Did you know that eating takes energy? It sounds so stupid, but it's. So that's the physical state I'm in. The recent illness over Valentine's Day definitely didn't help, but let's see. Let's do not Chance's Folly. Maybe the locked room. Is this the story I'm thinking of? Yes, this is the story I am thinking of. So these are books from. It's delicious, at least. It's worth it. But some of the time I screw up and waste energy. I still eat it anyway, but, All right. So this is the book, The Locked Room. Yana was precisely the kind of student her mentor Arthkamu despised. The professional amateur. He enjoyed all the criminal types who were his usual pupils at the stronghold, from the common burglar to the more sophisticated blackmailers, children and young people with strong career ambitions with the art and science of lockpicking could facilitate. They were always interested in the simple solutions, the easy way. But people like Yana were always looking for exceptions, possibilities, exotica. For pragmatists like Arthkamu, it was intensely vexing. The Redguard maiden would spend hours in front of a lock, prodding at it with her wires and picks, flirting with the keypins and driver pins, exploring the hull with a sort of casual fascination that no delinquent possesses. Long after her fellow students had opened their test locks and moved on, Yana was still playing with hers. The fact that she always opened it eventually, no matter how advanced a lock was, irked Arthkamu even further. "You're making things too difficult," he roared, boxing her ears. "Speed is of the essence, not merely technical know-how. I swear that if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you would still never get around to opening it." Yana would bear Arthkamu's abuse philosophically. She had, after all, paid him in advance. Speed was doubtless an important factor for the picker trying to get somewhere he wasn't supposed to go, with the city guard on patrol behind him. But Yana knew it wouldn't apply to her. She merely wanted the knowledge. Arthkamu did everything he could think of to encourage Yana to move faster. She seemed to perversely thrive on his physical and verbal blows, spending more and more time on each lock, learning its idiosyncrasies and personality. Finally, he could bear it no longer. Very late one afternoon, after Yana had dawdled over a perfectly ordinary lock. He grabbed the girl by her ear and dragged her to a room in the stronghold far from the other students, an area they had always been forbidden to visit. The room was completely barren except for one large crate at the center. There were no windows and no other door except the one leading in. Arthkamu slammed his student against the grate and closed the door behind her. There was a distinct click of the lock. "This is the test for my advanced students," he laughed behind the door. "See if you can escape." Yana smiled and began her usual slow process of massaging the lock, gaining information. After a few minutes had gone by, she heard Arthkamu's voice again, call out from behind the door. "Perhaps I should mention that this is a test of speed. You see the crate behind you? It contains a vampire ancient who has been locked in here for many months. It is absolutely ravenous. In a few minutes' time, the sun will have completely set, and you have not opened the door. You will be nothing but a bloodless bloodless husk." Yana considered only for a moment whether Arthkamu was joking or not. She knew he was an evil, horrible man, but to resort to murder to teach his people. The moment she heard a rustling in the crate, any doubts she had were erased. Ignoring all her usual explorations, she jammed her wire into the lock, thrust the pegs against the pressure plate, and shoved open the door. Arthkamu stood in the hallway beyond, laughing cruelly. "So now you've learned the value of fast work." Yana fled from Arthkamu's stronghold, fighting back tears. He was certain that she would never return to his tutelage, but he considered that he had taught her at least a very valuable lesson. When she did return the next morning, Arthkamu registered no surprise, but inside he was seething. "I'll be leaving shortly," she explained quietly, "but I believe I've developed a new type of lock, and I'd be grateful if you'd give me your opinion on it." Arthkamu shrugged and asked her to present her design. "I was wondering if I might use the vampire room and install the lock. I think it would be better if I demonstrated it." Arthkamu was dubious, but the prospect of the tiresome girl leaving at last put him in an excellent and even indulgent mood. He agreed to give her access to the room. For all morning and most of the afternoon, she worked near the slumbering vampire, removing the old lock and adding her new prototype. Finally, she asked her old master to take a look. He studied the lock with an expert eye and found little to be impressed by. "This is the first and only pick-proof lock," Yana explained. "The only way to open it is to have the right key." Arthkamu scoffed and let Yana close the door, shutting him in the room. The door clicked and he began to work. To his dismay, the lock was much more difficult than he thought it would be. He tried all his methods to force it and found that he had to resort to his hated student's method of careful and thorough explanation. "I need to leave now," called Yana from the other side of the door. "I'm going to bring the city guard to the stronghold. I know that it's against the rules, but I really think it's for the welfare of the villagers not to have a hungry vampire on the loose. It's getting dark, and even though you aren't able to unlock the door, the vampire might be less proud about using the key to escape." remember when I said remember when you said if I put the lock to the key, if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it. Wait, Arthkamu yelled back. I'll use the key. Where is it? You forgot to give it to me. But there was no reply, only the sound of footfalls disappearing down the corridor beyond the door. Arthkamu began to work harder on the lock, but his hands were shaking with fear. With no windows, it was impossible to tell how late it was getting to be. Were minutes that were flying by, or hours? He only knew that the vampire ancient would know. The tools could not stand very much twisting and tapping from Arthkamu's hysterical hands. The wire snapped in the keyhole, just like a student. Arthkamu screamed and pounded on the door, but he knew no one could possibly hear him. It was while sucking in his breath to scream again, he heard the distinct creak of the crate opening behind him. The vampire ancient regarded the master locksmith with insane, hungry eyes and flew at him in a frenzy. Before Arthkamu died, he saw it. On a chain that had been placed around the vampire's neck while it had been sleeping was a key. And that is the locked room. And I think that is where we will finally leave it. Thanks for coming, everybody. Thank you to all the people on Coffee that support my, all of my arts with monthly donations. They literally keep my food on my table and in my cat's bowls and go to all of the other daily essentials. Thanks for the stream, of course, Bokudoku. If you would like to join us on the stream, on the raid, come over to Twitch while I am deciding on who to raid. Ignis, so happy to finally be able to hear you, even if it was just the last few minutes. Me too, Ignis. It's good to have you back. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of you. Depending on the time I stream, I might be able to even stream before you go to bed instead of during your mornings. Not too often. This is still my main streaming time, but let's see. Who would we like to raid? Oh, streamiversary for Posabun. And 46, is that minutes or seconds of uptime? My. We're rating Posabun. And actually, I don't know if I've ever gotten to hear them, hear them sing. So, yeah, if you'd like to join me, also let me get the link for you YouTube people. If you don't want to come over to Twitch, at the very least, I can throw this in chat for you. If you'd like, just go there manually. But we will be raiding. Let me stop that. And then that's that. So, okay, we'll start the raid. Your tongue betraying your ability to speak for real? It happens sometimes. All right. Come with us to listen to Posabun sing. And oh, Rain, come over to the Twitch side. We're raiding out. Hurry, hurry! Or Rain, come with us if you can. Anyway, ta-ta for now. Thanks, everyone. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow.